Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can begin. Welcome to the thematic session number 3 of the European Regional Forum on Conflict Prevention and the Protection of the Human Rights of Minorities. This session will be on obstacles to implementing the rights of minorities and early effective conflict prevention. I am Bello Petai. I am the director of the European Center for Minority Issues here in Flensburg, Germany. We are an independent academic research center and action-oriented project implementator in the field of national minority issues in Europe, broadly defined. We are one of the supporting organizations for this forum, and I would like to acknowledge the UN Special Rapporteur's initiative in organizing this event, as well as thank the Tom Lantos Institute for the excellent collaboration in organizing today's session. Now, much effort is exerted on the cessation of hostilities and mediation between conflict parties when problems arise. However, early effective conflict prevention should ideally occur prior to the onset of violent conflict, and thereby help to avert such certainties or such problems. And this means, in turn, focusing on the exclusion and discrimination against minorities that may be out there that is linked to human rights breaches, and finding out what are the obstacles to fuller implementation of these human rights obligations that all could address the main root causes of most contemporary conflicts. So this is why we're bringing a focus to prevention ahead of violent conflict. And to do that, we have, of course, a very good panel of experts who will be providing not only their insights, but also their recommendations. And I will briefly introduce them. They are André Fazi, who is a lecturer in political science at the University of Corsica. We also have Salpi Eskidian, the executive director of the religious track of the Cyprus peace process. We have Damir Kabajic, associate professor of comparative politics at the Faculty of Political Science at the University of Sarajevo. And we have Amalur Alvarez, researcher at the OISCO Ikaskunza. So allow me to remind you, if you haven't seen already, of course, that the session is being live streamed on YouTube, and that a link has been posted in the chat function. The session is also being recorded and will be available for viewing later at a later date, a later time on the website minorityforum.info. A third organizational element is that there is simultaneous translation into English, French, Russian, and Romani. The interpretation button is at the bottom of the Zoom screen. And please remember that the choice of language is both for listening and speaking. So if you will be speaking in one of those languages, please stick to that language platform. We encourage you to use social media for this event, of course, with hashtags Minority Forum and Minority Forum Europe. And allow me to also remind you of the necessity to keep to the topic. So the participants of the Regional Forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the Regional Forum. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme of the Regional Forum should be relevant to the particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme you are making your statement. We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abuse, or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, and that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. Finally, let me just briefly outline the process for all participants. The session will start with presentations of 10 minutes from each expert for a total of about 40 minutes. And then we will be followed by interventions from participants, again, approximately 40 minutes. To make a statement, participants should use the raise hand function, not physically, but electronically on the Zoom platform. This can be found in the reactions button located at the bottom of the screen. So interventions for that part of the session should be limited to 2 minutes, subject to participant numbers. So speakers will be taken in the order that their hands are raised and they appear on my screen. So with that, I believe that we can start and turn to the first speaker, who is André Fazi from the University of Corsica. Je vous en prie.
Merci beaucoup. Merci de m'inviter à m'exprimer aujourd'hui. Je vais présenter un PowerPoint. Où est-il? Je ne trouve pas. Où est-il passé? PowerPoint. Je ne comprends pas pourquoi il n'est pas là. Est-ce que vous le voyez?
Non.
Non. OK.
Le voilà.
Thank you. OK. Donc, merci encore de m'écouter. Donc, ce panel est consacré à la question des droits des minorités et aux moyens d'éviter les conflits. Et ça appelle de ma part 2 remarques liminaires, que d'une part, en Corse, qui est une île méditerranéenne française depuis 2 siècles et demi, il n'y a pas d'antagonisme violent entre 2 communautés ou de répression violente contre l'ensemble d'une communauté. Il y a un conflit politique, mais il est de nature très différente puisque les Corses n'ont pas de droits individuels inférieurs à ceux des autres Français. Et d'autre part, officiellement, la République française exclut la reconnaissance de droits collectifs politique et culturelle d'une communauté. Elle se dit composée de citoyens sans distinction d'origine ou de religion et donc ne saurait reconnaître des groupes infranationaux. En 1991, le Conseil constitutionnel a censuré la notion de peuple corse composante du peuple français en considérant que la Constitution ne connaît que le peuple français, composé de tous les citoyens français. En 1999, il a enrichi cette défense du caractère unitaire en affirmant que les administrations et services publics sont obligés d'employer le français, que les citoyens n'ont aucun droit à employer une langue autre que le français avec les administrations et les services publics, ni être contraints à employer une autre langue, et enfin que les principes de la République s'opposent à ce que soient reconnus des droits collectifs à quelque groupe que ce soit, définis par une communauté d'origine, de culture, de langue ou de croyance. Alors certes, si on considère la définition de la minorité utilisée par les Nations Unies et par le rapporteur spécial, il existe des minorités en France, en Corse, en Bretagne ou ailleurs. Cependant, sans même parler d'une reconnaissance juridique, leur reconnaissance politique régresse. Dans les décennies 1970-1980, les socialistes se faisaient les porte-parole de la défense des minorités, tout en disant rester fidèles aux valeurs unitaires. En 1980, par exemple, les députés socialistes déposaient une proposition de loi relative à la place des langues et des cultures des peuples de France, les peuples. Et en ce sens, en 1982, le statut particulier de la Corse était motivé par l'existence du peuple corse. En 1991, on a voulu inscrire cette idée dans la loi. Selon le gouvernement, il s'agissait de reconnaître au sein de la nation la diversité de ses composantes. Donc, nous avions une reconnaissance explicite par l'une des deux principales forces politiques françaises de l'existence de minorités en France et de leur droit à la préservation de leur identité. Or, cette perspective, elle a disparu. En outre, le débat politique français est de plus en plus focalisé sur des fractures et angoisses identitaires qui vont jusqu'à la thèse d'un grand remplacement des Blancs. Et là, la communauté n'est jamais présentée comme un moyen de tempérer l'individualisme ou de favoriser la socialisation des individus. Non, la communauté est d'abord, voire uniquement, une menace. Au mieux, elle enferme les individus et les sépare du reste de la nation. Au pire, elle manifeste son hostilité vis-à-vis de cette même nation. L'actuel gouvernement prétend combattre le séparatisme, il l'appelle comme ça en visant avant tout l'islamisme. Cependant, le cadrage est plus large. L'unité nationale serait affaiblie par les communautés. Et à partir de là, il est encore plus difficile pour toute minorité de revendiquer des droits. Pourtant, ça ne signifie pas que toute reconnaissance des minorités et communautés est exclue. Le Conseil représentatif des institutions juives de France organise un dîner annuel où il invite les plus hautes autorités de l'État, le président, le Premier ministre, et ces derniers s'y rendent très volontiers, ils font un discours. Surtout, le cas des territoires ultramarins démontre que la France accepte de grandes exceptions à ces principes. D'un côté, on trouve des institutions représentatives de certaines populations, par exemple les populations amérindiennes et bushiningues en Guyane. D'un autre côté, on donne à certaines assemblées territoriales le pouvoir d'encadrer le droit au travail afin de privilégier la population résidente. Et enfin, l'accord de Nouméa en 1998, sur lequel se fonde le statut de la Nouvelle-Calédonie, reconnaît le peuple kanak et sa colonisation. Donc j'en viens plus précisément au cas de la Corse, où il n'y a pas de conflit comme au Kurdistan ou au Tigré, mais où durant les 50 dernières années, entre 8 000 et 9 000 attentats à l'explosif ont été commis par des organisations nationalistes. Et sans surprise, l'État a répondu par des recherches d'accommodement, mais aussi par des milliers d'arrestations et des centaines de procès. Dans les années 2010, les organisations clandestines ont annoncé la fin de leurs actions, ce qui a eu un effet positif au niveau électoral. Les nationalistes dirigent l'autorité régionale depuis 2015 et n'ont cessé de progresser. En 2021, 68% des votants ont voté nationaliste, ce qui est un record en Europe occidentale. Néanmoins, ces succès n'ont pas eu de conséquences statutaires. Les demandes nationalistes impliquent des exceptions aux principes constitutionnels et ont été refusées. Et ce blocage génère de grandes frustrations et il encourage les partisans d'un retour à la contestation violente. D'ailleurs, les organisations clandestines ont menacé de reprendre leurs actions. Ce retour à la violence n'est pas certain. Néanmoins, c'est plus généralement la qualité des liens entre la Corse et la République française qui est en jeu. Selon moi, un assouplissement général du cadre constitutionnel serait souhaitable. La grande flexibilité des statuts dans les Outre-mer ne semble pas une menace pour l'unité. Le cas de la Nouvelle-Calédonie, qui est inscrite sur la liste des territoires à décoloniser, est tout à fait exceptionnel. Et je vais parler de 3 questions plus en détail. D'abord, celle de l'identité. Encore s'il existe des angoisses liées au multiculturalisme et aux migrations, il y a aussi une angoisse liée au déclin de la langue corse. À la fin de la Première Guerre mondiale, c'était encore la langue maternelle de 85% des habitants. Au milieu des années 1980, ce pourcentage avait été divisé par 10. Le système d'éducation bilingue français-corse concerne environ 40% des élèves du primaire, mais n'a pas inversé la tendance. Dans l'espace familial et l'espace social, la langue corse est de moins en moins parlée. Selon la dernière enquête, elle serait la première langue de 2% des enfants. Alors, encourager son usage pourrait d'abord passer par un système éducatif immersif en langue corse, au moins pour l'école maternelle. Or, étant donné que le français est la langue de la République, un tel système est contraire à la Constitution. il faut réviser cette dernière. Ensuite, la question du logement. L'augmentation de la pression démographique, très majoritairement du fait des arrivées de Français continentaux, s'est traduite par une forte augmentation de la demande immobilière et du niveau des prix, notamment dans les zones touristiques. C'est d'autant plus problématique que par rapport à la moyenne nationale, les salaires du privé sont inférieurs de 18% et le taux de pauvreté supérieur de 28%, et cela suscite beaucoup de frustration. Les nationalistes voudraient limiter l'acquisition foncière et immobilière à ceux qui ont une résidence principale en Corse depuis au moins 5 ans. Cependant, cela exige une révision de la Constitution. D'autres pistes, moins radicales, pourraient être encouragées. Réserver beaucoup plus de foncier pour la résidence principale, restreindre et taxer beaucoup plus fortement la location saisonnière, etc. Et enfin, il y a la question de la justice. Le nationalisme corse est un mouvement dont une partie a utilisé la violence. Quelques militants sont encore recherchés et détenus, dont 3 reconnus coupables de l'assassinat en 1998 du représentant de l'État en Corse. Le traitement de ces derniers fait l'objet de positions contradictoires qui peuvent laisser croire en un acharnement d'une partie de l'appareil d'État contre des détenus dont on reconnaît la bonne conduite et qui ont plus de 60 ans, dont 22 passés en prison. Alors qu'ils peuvent être placés en semi-liberté depuis 4 ans, que le tribunal de première instance d'application des peines a donné un avis favorable pour l'un d'entre eux, l'administration refuse même de leur retirer leur statut de détenu particulièrement signalé, alors que cela leur permettrait d'être incarcérés en Corse et de respecter pleinement leur droit au maintien des liens familiaux. Les agents et psychologues qui sont à leur contact sont favorables, mais ces demandes sont finalement refusées, suivant des arguments très contestables. Plusieurs membres du même commando sont déjà sortis de prison sans trouble à l'ordre public. On affirme aussi que face à la menace du terrorisme islamiste avec lequel ils n'ont rien à voir, l'exemplarité de leur peine est impérative. On prétend enfin que la violence pourrait renaître en Corse en insinuant qu'ils pourraient à nouveau jouer un rôle. C'est une supputation et elle témoigne d'une grande méconnaissance de l'histoire. À l'inverse, les phases de radicalisation du nationalisme corse ont toujours été précédées de décisions de l'État jugées très injustes. Et en somme, régler différemment ces situations pourrait aussi contribuer à limiter les risques de violence et à améliorer la qualité des liens entre la Corse et la République française. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Fassi. That's very concise excuse me, set of recommendations already that have raised a number of important issues, not least constitutional change, educational reform, socioeconomic issues concerning real estate, not least, and of course, judicial reform. So thank you very much for those. You can perhaps take your slides down and we will move to the next speaker. And she is Salpi Eskindyan. So if I may ask her to make her presentation, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Moderator, esteemed Special Rapporteur, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Special Rapporteur for this session, and which is part of a wider process, and the organizers for an excellent conference. It is truly an honor to be invited to address and participate in this important regional forum, and very much look forward to the report and recommendations to be presented to the Human Rights Council. My reflections and comments are mainly based on the Cyprus conflict and peace process, where I have been working with religious communities and religious leaders on the peace process. I will limit myself to provide reflections and recommendations on obstacles to implementing the right of religious minorities within the context of the Cyprus conflict and the intersection of the right to religious freedom and minority rights in conflict prevention and conflict transformation. So if we can just kind of get the context really quickly, Cyprus is a protracted conflict starting from an anti-colonial struggle in the 50s to a period of non-violent few years of independence, where the two linguistically, ethnically, religiously, and numerically different communities live together, side by side, a failed attempt to power sharing, followed by intercommunal strife, to coup, military intervention, invasion, occupation, displacement, separation, and division of the island, where the Greek Cypriots, mainly Christians, and the Turkish Cypriots, mainly Muslims, live in an almost ethnically, religiously, linguistically cleansed territorial separation, apart from those who chose to remain in their original villages and towns, becoming a new minority in that context. A status quo where, depending on which side of the UN-controlled buffer zone you are a majority and a minority at the same time. In addition to the two main communities, there are other religious minorities or ethnic groups where within the two main ethnic communities, migrant groups, refugees, expatriates, etc., living on different sides with different challenges. The two main communities maintain a different narrative and political self-understanding, same pain, but not yet fully shared. Decades later, Cypriots have not been able to reach a comprehensive political agreement. However, more and more, albeit local, albeit small, efforts to reach out, address, and heal the past, and together find a mutually acceptable solution are growing. This is a hopeful sign. Grievances and rights of religious minorities, especially those that are linked to the political conflict, remain either inadequately addressed, ignored, or violated. However, since the religious leaders of Cyprus started working together for religious freedom and respect for minority rights in 2009, we see positive developments. This has been with the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Sweden. In 2004, when the first peace agreement for Cyprus was reached by the UN, known as the Annan Plan, and presented to the two ethnically divided communities, religious actors were perceived as one of the obstacles to the peace agreement, which was put forward as a referendum, which in the end failed as there was no agreement between the two and there was no peace agreement reached. Having studied the situation in detail, we see two key factors that led to this, among others, of course. One, that the process and agreement did not include the grievances and views of the religious groups, including religious minorities, who felt excluded and not consulted. Breaches of human rights violations, including rights of religious minorities, victim of the political conflict and war, individual and collective rights remained ignored and continuously violated and perceived as something to be addressed after the peace agreement, hence becoming an obstacle. Exactly the opposite happened. The lack of implementing human rights and the lack of addressing those grievances of all stakeholders, including minority rights, became one of the obstacles to the peace agreement, perpetuated or still perpetuates mistrust, risks becoming yet again a negative consequence to the whole peace process. So continued violations of the right of religious freedom of religious minorities, or in general, religious freedom, during the peace talks and process only widens the schism, deepens the wound, and in a way becomes, an obstacle, a deeper obstacle. Instead of addressing the grievances and ensuring that they become building blocks for peace and reconciliation, they remain obstacles to reaching a peace agreement and even risk exacerbating the conflict. So we see that lack of interreligious dialogue had meant that the majority religion was not able to stand up for the rights of the minorities. So there was no space where they were advocating for each other's rights. So since the dialogue of the religious leaders in 2009, 2010, we see that the majority religious groups are advocating for the rights of the minority religious groups. And also we see a togetherness in advocating for the rights of each other and making a more credible political witness for human rights. In all this dynamic, we need to pay further attention had to be paid, not to exclude less known, more vulnerable minorities, and that they're also included at the table, including the gender perspective. Another obstacle which perpetuates grievances, pain, and becomes a risk to conflict transformation is when the international community including the donor community, in an attempt to do good, ignores the grievances of religious minorities, allows a secular groups known as the human rights groups, but excluding the religious groups, to speak on behalf of the others. So in their attempt to do good, they also create an exclusion to those groups that they don't understand. They don't understand that lingo and the language. So it's easier to work with a secular group than the other one that you don't understand, hence, excluding further. Minority rights, we see that minority rights with regards to religious groups tends to also be politicized and linked to the political conflict in Cyprus. For example, if I look at rights and properties of Christians of Cyprus, like the Greek Orthodox or Armenian Orthodox, Maronite and Latin Catholic, which are the mainline churches in Cyprus, Christian churches, they're treated differently than Christians or other minorities, religious minorities who live in the Turkish-controlled territories, like the Russian Orthodox, the Anglicans, expatriate community, or the Jewish community who live there. Even though Christians of Cyprus, meaning Greek Orthodox, Armenian Catholics, are a majority in Cyprus, their individual and collective rights, we see, are being denied, violated, and or restricted where they're a minority. Parallel, we see that Turkish nationals who live in the Turkish-controlled areas and are considered as illegal settlers by the Greek Cypriot side are not allowed to be able to exercise their religious rights in the whole of the island because of, again, a political framework where they're not able to cross the green line. So the other issue is the concept of oversimplification or ignoring the religious minority's self-understanding. So instead of us or the outsiders listening to their own self-understanding. And for example, from a Christian map, Catholics, Eastern Christians, and Protestants are different groups and may function as a majority or a minority when it comes to the Orthodox. From a monotheistic map, Jew, Christian, and Muslims consider themselves as belonging to different group formations where Baha'is, Hindus, Buddhists become considered minorities. On another level, there are two religious group formations in the world, which, the Hinduism, Buddhism, etc., the Eastern one and the Western one. So depending on which map you're looking at, you see that the shift of who is a minority, majority changes. In Cyprus, we also see that there's another level where the religious secular divide, again, two group formations, religious and non-religious groups that again may consider themselves in varying countries majorities or minorities. Non-religious people in Cyprus, for example, in a Turkish Cypriot society, religious groups in the Turkish Cypriot society see themselves as a minority against a secularized majority. So it's the other thing is the religious minority self-understanding of ecclesiology or what is sacred. So if in a Greek Orthodox understanding of ecclesiology, a place of worship is sacred, taking that place of worship and using it for another use is seen as desanctification, desecration, becoming a very painful breach in the trust building process. So it's very important to also understand the ecclesiology of those religious minorities or majorities when talking. So if I can kind of summarize a few recommendations to prevent violent conflicts or to build trust, confidence, and peace between conflicting parties, there are linguistic, religious, and ethnic minorities within and or between the two sides. It is imperative to address the core grievances of religious communities, religious minorities. Absolutely critical to pay attention to the exclusion of and discrimination against religious minorities linked to human rights breaches, including bureaucratic harassments, which we see happening on a daily basis in Cyprus. To reach a peace agreement where religion is one of the victims of a political conflict, to ensure that the right to religious freedom is respected, there can be no peace agreement, and if there is one, it won't be sustainable unless a sense of justice and rights is reached, and this includes the grievances of religious communities and minorities. To encourage interreligious dialogue, especially in areas where there is a conflict and division and there is this ethnic cleansing, it's so important to open any doors opening of dialogue, tables where they can feel equal, not majority, minority, but sit equally among religious leaders, different faith communities, and to make the majority religious group understand the plight of the minority and advocate for the rights of the minority together, and vice versa. This kind of being compassionate, but they need to be at the table to be able to speak continuously. Not necessarily about interreligious dialogue as in the nature of God, and but to be able to talk to one another about human rights. And that's extremely important, that that knowledge exists, to be able to learn and empathize and use that language, not only for religious, but also for non-religious, but acknowledge that. To ensure that in peace talks or peace building exercises, the diplomatic community, the UN, intergovernmental bodies do not consider minorities, religious minorities, as key stakeholders and do not exclude them from the peace table, because we all know a peace agreement is like a glass tower, and a small group left outside can throw that little pebble that will create that crack. So it's important that we don't exclude the groups that don't look like us, that we don't understand, and bring them to the table, and that no one, as the special rapporteur has always told us, no one should be left behind, but provide flexible tables. Pay attention to the gender perspective. And here in the context where I am, it's a very patriarchal context. So Muslim, Christian, the Eastern traditions do not have women religious leaders, do not have women at the table, therefore assuming that the dialogue is of leadership level, if that's what we would, ensure that there are other tables that are not seen as hierarchically lower or higher, but those tables exist so all voices can come in. It may not be at the table the way we would understand in a Western context. Understand the context, provide the tables, bring the language, again with the notion of leave no one behind. But it's very important to hear, especially in areas where the past and the pain is not shared yet, is not perceived, and there are different narratives, different lessons that are kind of keeping those communities aside and shifting the issues of minority majority. Recognize and develop policies which recognize that religious minority rights enhance efforts for conflict transformation and reconciliation, and this what we call religious diplomacy, and bring that in the language, learn, understand, and understand that that's an important element of conflict transformation. And also, do not oversimplify religion, and pay attention to the complexity of what is a religious minority or a majority. Take into account the different criteria of what makes up a religious minority, especially in a conflict where religion and politics are intertwined, even if the conflict is not religious, like in the case of Cyprus, it's not a religious conflict, but there is this intertwining. And take into account the religious minority's self-understanding. Thank you. Last topic.
Thank you very much. Indeed, you've brought in the very prominently and very focused, in a very focused manner, the issue of religious communities, in albeit a case where there's already been some measure of conflict. So, but as you say, a lot of the points that you bring in, the recommendations that you've brought to this forum concerning interreligious dialogue and seeing religious groups as stakeholders, and also having a kind of religious diplomacy, are all things that could be used in, as it were, still pre-conflict situations as part of conflict prevention. Before I pass on the floor, I'm sure many of you can see on your screen that some people have raised their hands already, so we will move to that session later once all of the experts have spoken. But again, you may raise your hand and come into the queue that is forming at the top. But in the meantime, I will hand the floor over to Sarajevo, where Damir Kapicic is a associate professor of comparative politics. So please, Damir.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation as well to this very exciting forum. I see that we have a lot of perspectives, and I do hope that I will be able to add something to this. I won't be speaking only about the Bosnian experience, because that's a totally sort of different perspective where basically everyone is a minority in a different context, a different way that they look at it. But I would first like to talk about this sort of way moving forward. And this is something where I always like to focus on these mechanisms and instruments for minority inclusion, but those that actually work. So it's not just proposing solutions that might address a small issue, but then open up a bigger issue, but also try to think in the long term on how this might create knockoff effects. In this sense, it's relevant to mention three sort of points or problems that we always encounter. And the first is this problem of threats that's always sort of lurking in the background as a precursor to violence. And this is both threats towards minorities, but also perceived threats from minorities. And it works both ways in terms that the majority can sometimes try to use its position to address a threat coming from a minority, a perceived threat from a minority, and again, lead to violence in this regard in terms of repression and persecution. But it can also emanate from a minority trying to achieve its goals, be this an independent state, be this more autonomy, but with the use of violence. And this is something that we have to look at. These threats are sort of a first indicator that something is going wrong. The Yugoslav context in the 1990s was full of these threats, both real and perceived. The second is a dialogue, or better say the lack thereof. And this is something where it's not just relevant to look at talking about one's own experience, but also try to put oneself in another's shoes. I mean, as we have seen yesterday, a lot of the perspectives that were thrown up are very, very centered on a single community. They just talk about a victimization on a one-sided perspective, and they don't really take into account any sort of way of thinking about the other side. Again, the Yugoslav context is full of these. If you want to talk about victimization, everybody's a victim. And this is not the way forward to try to think about solutions and mechanisms to go forward, because you usually end up with individual agendas that try to torpedo any sort of constructive solutions that involve both sides. And again, you end up with victimization and securitization sort of working hand in hand to solidify a situation, which then again creates an arena for possible violence. And the third sort of issue is sort of, in terms of solutions, this degree of autonomy. And at first sense, we have to have recognition. And this is sort of a very basic step. Without recognition, we cannot go forward. But then again, do we have to go to the other extreme, which is basically a drive for independence? And this is something that we have to find a way on the scale that works for both sides. Again, solutions are not a one-sided affair. You can purport what you want to achieve, but in the end, it always has to come to a compromise. And this is sort of where the Yugoslav context is right now, this sort of very difficult compromise that enables for some minority protection, but then again, does not go the full way. Moving forward, nobody likes to be a minority. That's a very basic thing. Nobody likes to be in a position where there is potential for discrimination, for persecution, and lack of opportunity. Is a solution to become a majority, to sort of flip the table? In most contexts, not, because in this way you create new minorities. Once you are a majority in your territorial area, there are new minorities that then feel persecuted, that feel discriminated against. So it's not just a solution of flipping the tables, of either carving out territories, but it's a degree of how you do this. And the mechanisms that you use to achieve this degree, those are sort of things that we need to talk about a bit more. Now, in terms of obstacles to implementation, by the way, when it comes to violent conflict and how minorities are included, Bosnia-Herzegovina is sort of a prime example. All of the main minorities, to put it that way, have been included, and any form of violence has more or less been dissipated since the 1990s. There's been no reverting back to the ethnic cleansing, to the genocide that was that has been part of the wars in the 1990s here. Now, what has this done? It has come at a cost of other minorities, smaller minorities that have been then excluded from power sharing agreements. So for example, somebody in Bosnia and Herzegovina who is not a Croat, a Serb, or a Bosniak cannot become a member of our presidency, cannot have other functions in the state institutions. These are sort of three communities which have agreed to a power sharing, but at the expense of others. In this case, we can see that even implementation that is considered successful can create obstacles for other minorities. I'm not even talking about the gender perspective here. I'm not even talking about several other perspectives in terms of migrants, foreign workers, and else. So this is something that we also have to keep in mind. Even though we might have a successful solution at the beginning, in the end, this might turn into something that's not desirable in the long term. In terms of recommendations, and I'll go through these practical ones that have some elements of including minorities that are instruments that can actually work. One is that states should aim to achieve consultative bodies on minority issues, both at the national but also at the local levels. Now, these consultative bodies, they always need to be linked to legislators and executives, those main decision-making bodies. They exist in some contexts. And the thing here is that all participants from all minorities should be included. Now, these consultative bodies usually consist of sort of selected people from minorities, the most sort of relevant. But an idea is to include a more broader perspective, be this through a citizens' deliberative council that is randomly chosen amongst members of a minority community, or other ways that that achieve more inclusiveness. The idea is to have a body that works in unison with the government on issues that concern minorities. The Belgium forums for including German-speaking citizens in Ostbelgien, those are good examples on how to move forward. They give their views on issues that are very relevant to the minority there, and they have a sort of strong consultative, they're a permanent body, and they have a strong consultative power. Another way to think about it is not just to think about territorial autonomy, but also about non-territorial autonomy arrangements. These ideas have been put forward. It's also a matter of degree. So is it just on culture, or do we also include issues such as language, such as schooling, that are very relevant to minorities? The preserving of one's own language, as we have seen also today in Andre's presentation, is something that is very relevant for minorities. And forms of non-territorial autonomy are able to at least secure such policy areas that are very relevant. Religious affairs also fall into this. The Turkish Millet system in the 19th century and earlier was a form of non-territorial autonomy, especially on religious issues. This can be at the national level. This can also be at the local level. But a way to think about it as an instrument to achieve minority protection is very relevant because it wards off sort of a direct route to violence, especially on issues that are very salient for minorities. A third issue, and I'll stop also there in terms of time, is to try to include minorities and make a demonstrative effort to include minorities in administrative structures and in police, especially in areas where they're concentrated, where they live. So excluding them from structures of the state leads to two things. On the one, it leads to perceptions of threat, of being controlled by the outside state, but also it leads to disenfranchisement of minorities in terms of the country as such. Trying to include minorities as representatives of both administration and police structures allows for more direct connection with members of these minorities and allows for state structures to be able to communicate better with them. It's sort of a basic ground on which you want to build this relationship of trust between a majority and a minority. In the Bosnian context, not all of these have been implemented. In matter of fact, almost none of them have. We have no territorial autonomy arrangements. They do exist, non-territorial autonomy arrangements. They do exist to some form in other countries in the Balkans. But again, where they do exist, they have sort of a demonstrable effort to achieve more trust. The second one on consultative bodies, again, they do exist, but they're either not institutionalized, they're not directly linked to legislatures, and their impact is very low in a sense that they just exist on the side notes. And again, including minorities in administrative structures, this is not done on a systematic scale. It's not sort of a policy that has been set as a standard that should be achieved. And if all of these were achieved, I think that a lot of sort of issues that crop up and that can sort of lead to violence would probably not be addressed, not be that prominent. I'll leave it at this and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damir, for those very concise 3 points. I mean, I think the bringing in the issue of consultative bodies is essential because it brings us back to the question of dialogue, and dialogue that is ongoing, continuous, open, and structured is very essential. And then also something that the ECMI works on very much indeed is non-territorial autonomy arrangements, and whether they work and how they work. And then last but not least, of course, your reference to policing reminds me, of course, of one of the recommendations of the High Commissioner on National Minorities at the OSCE, who has put that together. And so, but you, of course, expanded it more broadly to the question of administrative representation, which I think gets back to ultimately gets to the question of trust, as you said it in the very beginning, that there is trust in the state structures, there's an identification with the state through those those representatives, as it were, or at least the faces of those people. But we will have more time for discussion, so let me turn to our last expert, who is Amalur Alvarez. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for giving me the opportunity to participate in this event. Thank you for considering me and the project I am going to present to you today. And I first would like to share with you my PowerPoint presentation. Just a sec. I don't know if you can see it. Yes, I hope so.
Yes, I think we can now. Thank you.
Yes, here it is, the first one. First, I would like to mention that, as you can see, I am going to speak on behalf of our research team, of our research group that has been studying the democratic path and the way to resolve territorial conflicts of sovereignty for 2 years. So today I am going to explain this project briefly, and I will try to explain what it has to do with the minority rights and with the prevention and the resolution of conflicts. So today we are discussing the obstacles for the implementation of minority rights and how to effectively prevent conflicts. And as we already know, one of the main obstacles for the protection of minorities is the absence of a legal definition of this subject of the minorities. But despite this legal gap, we do see the existence of communities where its members share common elements like a language, like a common history and roots, like a religion, like a legal tradition, or even some institutions. And these common elements make them a human group with a distinct identity, where these communities also manifest and express their will to persist and develop as a distinct human group. But however, we all know that the lack of ability to decide its own definition, to decide its own political status, its own political future, and the lack of protection of this group, it has resulted in human rights violations and many violent conflicts. And in the case of the project I am presenting today, we are focusing on a specific situation that we call territorial conflict of sovereignty. These conflicts happen when a political nation, which is a minority within one or more nation states, when this political nation claims sovereignty over a given territory. In other words, besides the question of the recognition of the national minority, we are talking about conflicts in which the state's territorial sovereignty is in dispute. Okay, so how we do exactly define this type of conflicts? We define them by 3 main elements. As you can see in the slide I am sharing with you, the first element is that there is a collective demand of a relevant part of the citizens of the sub-state community. This claim may be a national claim, a claim based in a national feeling, so we could frame this community as a national minority. The second element is that this demand refers to the possibility of deciding the political status, including the possibility of becoming a sovereign state. And finally, the third element is that this demand, the right to decide the political status, is not acknowledged and recognized by the parent state, and this creates an important political conflict. And also these conflicts are usually treated as internal affairs of states, but we truly believe that as they affect individual and collective rights, their protection should concern and should matter the international and the regional community, for example, the European Union, and especially when one of the parties in conflict is the parent state, the state itself. And before sharing more details about the project with you, I would like to mention that our proposal, the basis for a resolution of territorial sovereignty conflicts in the European framework, it was developed in collaboration with the and with the approval of over 80 international scholars. And in this proposal, beyond the debate about the issue of the subject, we mainly focus on the procedures for the prevention and also for the resolution of conflicts. We focus on a procedure that allows and enables communities to decide democratically their political status. In short, with this project, we want to promote a European framework of clarity for the resolution of sovereignty conflicts within Europe. If you want more information, there is the web page of Eusko Ikaskuntza, as you can see in the slide, so you can take a look at the website. So I mentioned that we want to promote a European framework, but what do we mean with a framework of clarity? We are talking about a framework that provides legal security. This means that we are talking about a framework that provides the protection of individual and collective rights and the application of democracy and the rule of law. We talk about a framework of clarity that establishes a regulated and agreed procedure upon the different parties of the conflict. We are talking about a supranational framework of clarity that goes beyond domestic legality and establishes a standard for the state, a framework that goes beyond the borders of any particular legal system. We talk also about a framework that can be assumed by different institutions of the European area and can be developed according to the competencies of the European Parliament, the Commission, the Council of Europe, or even the OSCE. And finally, we are talking about a framework that establishes a minimum democratic standard for the parent state and the democratic procedure and the conditions of democratic legitimacy of each one of the phases of the procedure. So, before finishing my explanation and exposing our proposals, I would like to mention that these conflicts, they may be understood and managed from different paradigms and from different procedures. They can be understood from the protection of national minorities. They can be also be managed from the recognition of the self-determination right, or even from the recognition to the political communities of the right to decide their political status in the frame of a democratic system. The clarity framework that we propose, it can be applied no matter what the main approach that it is used to define the conflict. In fact, we believe that the paradigm of the right to decide is wider, is more universal, and includes the protection of minorities, and it can be useful even for resolving democratically the conflicts and disputes between different national projects by recognizing the right of the national minorities to consult their territorial demos. And on the other hand, no matter what is the exact definition of minority, it is clear that the conflicts of sovereignty involves a non-resolved dispute between a majority in the state and a minority in the sub-state territory, which often identifies itself as a stateless nation. So, and I will finish with this to conclude. According to the results and conclusions of the basis for the resolution of territorial sovereignty conflicts in the European framework, I would like to underline 3 recommendations for an early, effective conflict prevention. The first one, we recommend to recognize the right to decide their political status to national minorities, including the possibility to access to state sovereignty by democratic procedure with agreed clarity conditions. Secondly, we propose to agree and write a supranational legal framework, for example, a European legal framework that develops the clarity conditions for the resolution of territorial conflicts of sovereignty according with the principles of democracy, the rule of law, and the protection of individual and collective rights. And finally, we propose no criminal prosecution for non-violent sovereignty demands. Voting cannot be considered a crime in any democratic system. And that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see, again, some nice overlaps between what was said before, not least in the last point concerning criminal prosecution. And we heard also already in the presentation by André concerning Corsica. But also you brought in new elements by speaking to sovereignty, of course, which is an entire question of political self-rule up to the dimension of independence. So we're adding a step to what we're talking about in terms of solutions or conflict prevention. And also you fascinatingly brought in the element of supranational and regional institutions that may get involved with then this process. And I know firsthand about what your centers have been working on, because the ECMI was also very happily involved in working out some of that work. So let me move now to the second half of our session and invite indeed members participating here, others to have an intervention that is not longer than 2 minutes, as I stated at the beginning. So we will unfortunately have to then cut short such interventions should they be over that length, in order to also provide some order and sequence to the interventions. I will be using the participants list that you can access at the bottom of the screen. There's a list that I see of people, how they have posted their hands electronically. And so I will call out those individuals for their statements, and hopefully we'll have enough time at the very end for another round of replies from the experts. But without further ado, I have on my list Mr. or Madam Raviro, ANC. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Barbara Roviro, and I speak on behalf of the Catalan National Assembly, a grassroots organization defending the right to self-determination of the Catalan people. Situations where there is systematic denial of the rights of minorities and therefore potential conflict is not something exclusive of non-European states with non-democratic values. At present, the civil and political rights of minorities are being violated within the EU, concretely the rights of the Catalans by Spanish authorities. Labeled as a national minority in early 2020 in a report by the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, since 2017, the Catalan people and its peaceful democratic movement for self-determination have been criminalized by Spanish authorities, going as far as using anti-terrorist laws against peaceful activists and jailing civil society leaders for calling for peaceful protests, as well as elected representatives representing millions of voters. This systematic campaign of repression has been denounced by the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and the Council of Europe, among others. However, the recommendations given by these international organizations have been for a great extent ignored by the Spanish authorities until today, as hundreds are still suffering the consequences of lawfare. The fact that Spain, an EU member, disregards recommendations and mechanisms proposed by international instances to de-escalate the conflict and respect Catalan minority rights has not gone unnoticed by authoritarian states in other parts of the world, like China or Turkey, who have used this case to justify their repressive actions, therefore setting a dangerous precedent. For all these reasons, the Catalan National Assembly calls on UN authorities to take measures to make sure that Spanish authorities stop their political persecution against Catalan political representatives and activists, respect the fundamental rights of the Catalan minority, and engage in a real political negotiation to solve this political conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And next on my list is Edirbova, Kyrgyzstan.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники. Здравствуйте, слышно?
Слышно.
Уважаемые дамы и господа,
we can hear you.
хотел бы выразить благодарность за то, что предоставили возможность участия в Европейском региональном форуме. В своем выступлении в рамках третьей тематической сессии по препятствиям в сфере осуществления прав меньшинств хотел бы озвучить проблему обеспечения справедливой защиты прав дунган, пострадавших в конфликте, который произошел 7-8 февраля 2020 года, когда жертвами стали свыше десятков человек, более сотни раненых человек, тысячи людей покинули свое место, спасаясь в период конфликта. Касательно вопроса обеспечения справедливого разбирательства, к сожалению, как на стадии следствия, так и на стадии судебного процесса все шло с обвинительным уклоном. В итоге 14 человек дунганской национальности, они были привлечены к уголовной ответственности и находились под стражей в течение 1 года. В итоге 13 человек были осуждены к различным срокам, связанным с лишением свободы и не связанным с лишением свободы. 1 человек был оправдан. Проблема состоит в том, что получили очень суровые приговоры без наличия доказательств. И в период, используя внутренние механизмы уголовно-процессуального права, не было возможности у адвокатов на качественном уровне обеспечить их защиту. Хотелось бы еще более расширить вопросы и рекомендации, то, что нужен более глубокий анализ самих причин возникновения данного конфликта для того, чтобы извлечь уроки и не повторялись. Также открытым остаются до сих пор вопросы выплаты компенсаций пострадавшим как бизнесу, так и простым гражданам. Хотелось бы обратиться ко всем участникам данного форума, чтобы по мере возможности обратили внимание международного сообщества о решении данного вопроса касательно нарушенных прав дунган в Казахстане. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. I next have on my list Mr. and Madam Muhaj, individual. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Irina Muhai. I am Albanian from Montenegro. And today, through these recommendations I made, I try to pay attention, to draw attention on main obstacles that I think that hinder the implementation of minority protection in Montenegro, and which consequently made it impossible to elevate the interethnic tensions that are characterizing the country lately, but also the Western Balkan region. So the topics on the issue of national identity, the role of the Orthodox Church, then the interethnic and the interreligious relations have been dominating the public discourse in the country for almost 2 years. The rise of tensions has resulted, among others, by hate speech among national minorities, which has culminated especially with the public denial of internationally recognized crimes such as the genocide in Srebrenica, and also with the glorification of war criminals that have been convicted in the Hague Tribunal. Such public statements, which paradoxically also came from addresses as is the Minister of Justice, Human and Minority Rights, have affected, have hurt, and have deepened the feeling of injustice and the pain, especially to those national minorities that were the biggest victims of ethnic cleansing in the last war, Albanians and Bosnians. So to overcome all these situations, the recommendations that I would make are strengthening of legal frameworks and institutional capacities for prohibition of hate speech in order to prevent the escalation of tensions, because peace without justice has never proven to be sustainable. And in the countries of former Yugoslavia, the likelihood of conflicts erupting again will continue to exist as long as the accountability and the punishment of war crimes drags on, and as long as the hate speech becomes normalized in the name of the misunderstood concept of freedom of expression. The second one is emancipation of society in the name with universal values through inclusive education system. This could be incorporated into the education system through civics education. In addition, instead of cultural or linguistic homogenization, the education systems needs to be more inclusive, involving education of identity elements of minorities at the national level, because otherwise we'll continue to produce intolerant generations with racist prejudices. The third one is that inclusion should also be present in state institutions. Appropriate legislative changes could make it possible for public authorities relevant to minority issues to create reserved state positions for minorities in order to enable their effective participation in relevant policy and decision-making processes. Because
I'm afraid we have time here, please.
Okay, and the last one is strengthening of the monitoring mechanisms at the national and the international level. Thank you. Good.
Thank you so much. I apologize, and I apologize for mispronouncing your last name, but we do have time constraints. I see at least 12 people still on the list, so I will go on to Mr. and Madam Lambidis.
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes, please.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Antonis Lambidis, and I represent the Constantinopolitan Society, a civil society organization established in 1928 in Greece by forcibly expatriated members of the Greek minority of Istanbul. Our intervention will focus on the basic issues that are related to the human rights violations of the Greek minority in Turkey, which have not been resolved yet and are in contrast with what is in effect internationally, and specifically with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Minorities regarding the protection of non-Muslim minorities in Turkey. Over decades, Greek minority in Turkey has suffered extensive atrocity crimes as a result of discriminatory and oppressive state policies. Repressive legislative and administrative measures against Greek minority are imposed by the Turkish authorities and continue so far, violating not only explicit international treaty obligations, but also some of its own domestic laws. Despite official reassuring statements, the Turkish government has failed to take decisive actions to make the necessary reforms to reverse these conditions. All these measures are threatening the survival and future of the Greek minority in Turkey and have led to the dramatic decline of the population from over 120,000 in 1950 to less than 1,000 at present. A few recommendations. The Turkish government is called upon to take decisive actions to make the necessary institutional and administrative reforms to reverse discriminatory policies and human rights violations against Greek minority in order to prevent conflicts and atrocity crimes in the future. Invite Greek minority representatives to the Turkish Grand National Assembly so as to actively influence the final provisions of any legislation affecting their rights, and revise the law of the National Human Rights Institution in order to make it an independent body which is accountable to the public and which includes the active participation of Greek minority members. The full text of our statement and recommendations has been submitted to the European Regional Forum. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Indeed, all recommendations can be sent to Marcos Oda at the Tom Lantos Institute. The information is in the chat function, but I will move on to the representative from the Democratic Union of the National Greek Minority, Omonia. Please, the floor is yours. Hello, Mr. Yes, Kayo. Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be among you. My name is Vasil Kayo and I'm president of the Democratic Union of the National Greek Minority, Omonia. The National Greek Minority in Albania is the official recognized largest national minority in the country. Up to this very day, Albanian citizens of Greek nationality can exercise limited minority rights only if they are residents of 99 villages, which constitute the arbitrarily designed minority zones. The exercise of our right of self-identification is dependent on the Civil Status Office ethnicity data. For 4 years after, the Albanian Parliament adopted the law on the protection of national minority in October 2017. The last 4 remaining and the most important bylaws have yet to be adopted. In view of the coming census in autumn 2022, insurances are needed that the optional question on ethnicity, language, and religious beliefs will be asked, and replies provided will be recorded faithfully and in full. Therefore, a digital copy should be sent via the citizens' existing personal page on eAlbania. Also, members of national Greek minority must participate in census commissions. On the protection of property rights, the legislation of strategic investment allows the state to expropriate private property on behalf of an investor and compensation rate extremely below market value. According to the draft law on integrated coastal zone management, as well as a series of arbitrary decisions by the Council of Ministers, government agencies are forcibly evicting people and demolition properties at prime real estate coastal location, chiefly belonging to members of Greek minority, claiming some construction permit irregularity. While irregularities may exist, demolition building often displayed court orders directly targets and disproportionately affects members of national Greek minority. Lastly, the language used by politicians on mass and social media against members of the national Greek minority in Albania is akin to hate speech, forced xenophobia, and anti-Greek sentiment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kayo. I have next on my list Tigran Zakarian from Armenia.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, dear colleagues. I would like to speak about hate education as an alarming sign for the need of early conflict prevention. So, racial discrimination, state-sponsored dissemination of hatred against minority groups can also be manifested in state education systems. Inculcation of hatred towards national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities within educational institutions influences the views of entire generations and shapes their intolerance towards those groups. Unfortunately, I have to say that in some countries we still witness a deplorable practice of hate education when incitement to hatred and calls for violence against minorities are injected into the population from early childhood. In those cases, textbooks on various disciplines approved by ministries of education expose children to multiple episodes of hatred against national ethnic groups. So we recommend that international human rights organizations, and particularly monitoring bodies, keep public education systems under scrutiny to devise appropriate measures for preventing hate education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good. We have about 10 more presentations to go, or interventions. So we may slightly go over time, but I will pass the floor on now to the Plataforma per la Lengua, please. Mr. Tola.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Petey. I'm speaking on behalf of Plataforma per la Llengua, an advocacy group based in Barcelona promoting the language rights of Catalan speakers. With more than 24,000 members, is the largest private organization in Europe for the defense of linguistic rights. We believe that the main problem that the Catalan language faces in Spain is the lack of official recognition by the state. Catalan speakers are neither afforded recognition as a co-equal group with the Spanish-speaking majority, nor as a protected national minority. This lack of recognition stems from a majoritarian nationalism which perceives Spanish citizens as the undifferentiated whole defined by the Spanish language. We believe then that the Special Rapporteur on minority issues should make the following recommendation to the Spanish state or any other authorities involved in the matter. First, autochthonous language communities should be officially recognized as minorities. Second, language rights of minorities should be treated as genuine rights, not subject to administrative decisions such as the location of agency headquarters. Third, specific mechanisms should be put in place to ensure the right to access state services in Catalan is never denied or obstructed. Specific items should be included in state budgets to uphold each recognized language rights in every administrative office. Fourth, anti-minority agitation and hate speech should be combated. Units investigating such discriminatory behavior should be created within law enforcement agencies, including minorities representative as the key voice in the process. And last but not least, the Spanish government should deploy official awareness campaigns on minority rights and fight language discrimination publicly. So, and just as example to highlight what I just mentioned, all the main political parties in Spain are opposed to minority speakers' demands to make their language officials in the European Union. This is the case of Catalan-speaking community of 10 million people that is comparable in size to many language communities whose language are official. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next on my list, Olena Bogdan from Ukraine. Madam Bogdan, are you still there? There we go. Yes, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear distinguished delegates, having background in sociological research and focusing on overcoming obstacles to implementing minority rights as part of my everyday work at the State Service of Ukraine for Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience, I would like to note that the term minority has much more to it than a quantitative dimension. Human history knows a lot of examples when a group small in number might dominate a larger group and enjoy privileges that others do not have. Therefore, social theory nowadays distinguishes between quantitative and qualitative approach to understanding minority issues. There are several basic questions which are important to ask when we assess situation with a certain religious, ethnic, linguistic, or otherwise cultural group in society. We should aim to differentiate between real opportunities and threats that exist for this group in society and certain manipulation techniques that distort the real picture. The basic questions are: can a person tell about her ethnic or religious culture, express that culture with respect to other cultures and be mutually respected? Can a person speak her language with respect to other languages present in society and be mutually respected? Can a person be sure that mentioning her identity with respect to other identities will not trigger denial of respect and opportunities, will not trigger humiliation or any forms of psychological or physical violence. Can a person be sure that certain natural physical characteristics, skin color or any other, will not trigger denial of respect and opportunities, humiliation, or any other forms of psychological or physical violence? This basic question can help us avoid manipulations and disinformation when it comes to minority rights. Regrettably, in today's world, we see again and again attempts to abuse and instrumentalize minority issues to achieve geopolitical goals, even to justify aggression against other states, to achieve political influence or personal influence. Therefore, it is important that we remember what really matters, and therefore we can identify where real challenges are and what truly should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on my list is Madam or Mr. Gricina, Madam Gricina from Regional Public Organization. There you go. Welcome.
Да, слышно? Меня слышно? Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте, я Анастасия Гричина, глава региональной общественной организации «Украинская община Крыма». Считаю важным и неотложным рассказать о нарушениях прав национальных и религиозных меньшинств в Крыму. К сожалению, главным угнетением прав крымчан в настоящее время является Украина. Преследование крымчан начинается при въезде в Херсонскую область. Украинские пограничники при обнаружении российского паспорта подвергаются рестриктивным мерам жителей полуострова, вплоть до запрета въезда на Украину. Поводом для преследования со стороны официальных органов власти может стать нахождение лица в списках интернет-ресурса «Миротворец», который без решения суда разглашает персональные данные тысяч крымчан. При этом в ходе визита на украинские пункты пропуска иностранным дипломатам официальный Киев показывает на абстрактное преследование меньшинств в Крыму. Ни одна иностранная делегация не решила совершить аналогичный визит к российским пунктам пропуска. Выводы делаются на основании голословных обвинений Киева. Однако Украина сама эксплуатирует тему защиты прав меньшинств, прикрывая террористическую деятельность силовых ведомств в Крыму. Так Киев пытается прикрыть задержанные, организовавших взрыв в газопроводе в августе 2021 года агентов Главного управления разведки, так называемых преследованием крымских татар. Предлагаю любой международной структуре приехать в Крым и убедиться в истинном положении дел. Ситуация на Украине в правозащитной сфере продолжает деградировать. Киевские власти понимают законодательные акты, идущие вразрез с нормами национального законодательства и международными обязательствами. Правозащитники фиксируют системные нарушения основных прав и свобод человека, преследование национальных меньшинств, ограничение деятельности СМИ, проявление неонацизма, героизация бывших нацистов и коллаборационистов, распространение расизма, ксенофобии и антисемитизма – все это ряд проблем, которые происходят на Украине и которые тщательно скрываются киевским режимом. Моей конкретной рекомендацией по решению вопросов меньшинств в Крыму является, во-первых, закрепить официальный призыв к ООН, организовать визит в Крым для изучения вопросов соблюдения украинских прав человека. Во-вторых, предлагаю во всех документах, отчетных документах ООН по Крыму делать пометку, на основании чего мнения сделаны выводы. Без пометки о визите официальной делегации на полуостров считаю такие выводы юридически ничтожными. Приезжайте в Крым. Жизнь крымчан имеет значение. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. I can understand that being limited to 2 minutes means speaking very fast. Unfortunately, we also have translation and the interpreters who need to keep up with that speed. I hope that, however, participants will be able to listen later on, perhaps to or see your recommendations in writing. Now I will go to Andrea Zibo from Mikołaj Imre Association. I don't think we can hear you. There we go. Yes. There.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent the Mikołaj Imre Association for the Protection of Minority Rights. Long-term structural conflict prevention is predicated on the peaceful coexistence between majority and minority. This requires an adequate representation of domestic diversity. Negative images, stereotypes relating to the Hungarian minority in Romania, reinforced by majority language education and mass media, hinder an adequate representation of this minority community and, if unchecked, have the potential of becoming the root causes of interethnic tensions in Romania. According to a joint research conducted by the Institute for Public Policies in Secular Land and the Balványos Institute, majority students rarely learn about national minorities in school, and when they do, mentions of minorities in Romanian language and literature, history and civic education textbooks, particularly Hungarians, generally appear in a negative context, reproducing stereotypical images. The same research also analyzed the social media posts of 50 political and 50 media sites. The majority of posts relating to Hungarians had a negative tone, often portraying Hungarians as the enemy and as anti-Romanian. Our organization has reported to the competent Romanian authorities dozens of cases of hate speech targeting the Hungarian minority. In several of these instances, news channels featured unfavorable stereotypical images of the Hungarian community, like wanting to detach Transylvania from Romania, being unable or unwilling to speak Romanian, wanting to form an ethnic enclave on the territory of Romania, etc. Political discourse in general is also commonly infused with these negative images, presenting the community as a threat to national security. Our recommendations, as expressed in Article 12 of the Framework Convention on the Protection of National Minorities, education curricula and textbooks foster knowledge of minorities' history, culture, tradition, and positive contribution to society, in light of which textbooks should be reformed with a particular attention to the adequate representation of national minorities and with the effective participation of minorities. Similarly, in the media, negative stereotypes and biased reporting should be countered by educational, awareness-raising measures, including through fostering knowledge of minorities' history, culture, and traditions. Finally, state actors and politicians should refrain from describing minorities as a potential threat to national security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Shahryar Hayiyev on Azerbaijan, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I represent the Republic of Azerbaijan, participating from Geneva, the permanent mission of Azerbaijan here. We regret that during yesterday's panel, one of the specific invited person to be a panelist misused that platform and acted as a propaganda machine of the state of Armenia, rather making even a single element of contribution to the discussions in this important forum. We will raise this issue before the organizers of this forum. For today's panel, we thank the experts for their presentations. The notion of ethnic cleansing is very important in the context of not just creating obstacles in the enjoyment of minority rights, but simply denying these rights. As a country suffering from the results of ethnic cleansing, we would like to state that states have the primary responsibility for ensuring the rights of minorities. But in practice, we witness that in some cases, states deny the rights of minorities in the most brutal form, as forcefully expelling them from their native lands and properties by simply ethnically cleansing them. The people of Azerbaijan have been the victim of such inhuman and systematic human rights violation. The existence of Azerbaijanis has been denied, and they have been ethnically cleansed by Armenia from their ancestral lands. The systematic policy of Armenia involves raising the traces of the existence of Azerbaijanis in Armenia. Those unlawful acts are, including but not limited to, obliterating the cemeteries of Azerbaijanis in Armenia, changing the belonging and identity of the religious and cultural sites by intentionally presenting them not to belong to Azerbaijanis. All these unlawful acts have been implemented in parallel to pursuing of ethnic hatred as a state policy towards the Azerbaijanis. The brutality of ethnic cleansing of Armenia has been revealed in its entirety after ending the almost 30-year-long illegal occupation of the territories of our country. The whole cities and towns have been razed to ground, and the religious and cultural sites belonging to the people of Azerbaijan have been either destroyed or used as a place for insulting purposes. These inhuman acts have been followed by ethnic cleansing of more than 700,000 Azerbaijanis from the territories that had been under the illegal occupation of Armenia. In this context, we deem it important to address the issue of continued violation of minority rights in the context of ethnic cleansing, where Armenia forcibly expelled Azerbaijanis, subjecting them to torture, killing, enforced disappearance, and other grave human rights violations, as a result of which this state has become an homogeneous society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 4 more people listed here. Madam Vilkov from IGCP.
Здравствуйте.
Hello.
Можете включить мне видео?
Yes, you may, if you can.
Здравствуйте. Меня зовут Максим Вилков, я представляю группу информации по преступлениям против личности. Сегодня правительство Украины грубо нарушает права национальных меньшинств, в частности, русскоязычного. В ходе этой политики принят ряд дискриминационных законов. В частности, закон об образовании, закон о коренных народах, закон о средствах массовой информации, закон о государственном языке. Все они ограничивают, а то и полностью исключают использование русского языка, это язык крупнейшего этнического меньшинства Украины, в общественной и любой другой сфере. Подобная политика Украины, фактически, которую она проводит уже на протяжении более 7 лет, уже привела к гуманитарному конфликту, гражданскому конфликту на востоке Украины в Донбассе. К сожалению, эта политика продолжается. Сейчас правительство Украины подготовило законопроект номер 5844 об основах государственной политики переходного периода. Этот закон предполагает политику Украины на так называемых оккупированных территориях, то есть территориях Донецкой Народной Республики, Луганской Республики и Крыма. Предполагаемый законопроект предполагает существенное ограничение базовых прав и свобод граждан, проживающих на этих территориях. При этом переходный период может продлиться неопределенный срок. Предполагается ограничение в правах некоторых групп лиц, уничтожение культурных и исторических ценностей жителей этих регионов, ограничение их в правах и свободах. При этом положения этого закона могут свободно распространяться на прилегающие территории, то есть которые находятся в данный момент под контролем Украины. Этот законопроект пока что ожидает одобрения Венецианской комиссии, и она должна рассмотреть его в период с 14 по 16 октября 2021 нынешнего года. При этом правительство Украины уже подало этот законопроект в Верховную Раду, и с 17 августа текст его опубликован на сайте украинского парламента. Если ко всему вот этому, тому, что предполагает этот закон, присовокупить все те дискриминационные законы, которые уже существуют на Украине, мы видим сознательную политику дискриминации русскоязычного населения, которая продолжается украинским правительством и которая, безусловно, приводит к росту конфликтной ситуации в украинском обществе и никоим образом не способствует прекращению вооруженного противостояния на востоке Украины в Донбассе. В связи с этим рекомендую международным правозащитным организациям поддержать данную оценку предполагаемого законопроекта и остальным применяемым украинским правительством дискриминационным мерам. Правительство Украины отказаться от введения данного законопроекта и отозвать его из Верховной Рады Украины, а также привести свое законодательство к стандартам и принципам современного демократического общества. Большое спасибо.
Thank you. I'm afraid that I've been advised by the organizers to revert back to the experts. The names and hands that have been raised at the moment will remain. And of course, people will be offered an opportunity to make their interventions in the next session as well. But I would briefly go back to Mr. Fazi, if you have a few more impressions or remarks on the basis of what you've heard from the other speakers. Please unmute yourself.
Les interventions ont porté sur des sujets très différents. Je veux dire, il est difficile de comparer, par exemple, le cas de la Crimée ou du Donbass avec celui du Pays Basque actuel. Je veux dire, il n'empêche que une des difficultés majeures à laquelle je faisais allusion dans ma propre intervention, c'est, comment dire, c'est la capacité de résistance de l'État, veut dire en s'appuyant sur des principes dont la noblesse ne fait peut-être pas de doute, mais en tout cas qui posent malgré tout à un moment donné un problème de démocratie. Dire lorsque des corps électoraux, dire lorsque des régions s'expriment à de très larges majorités en faveur de certaines listes portant certaines propositions, il apparaît logique que ces propositions obtiennent à un moment donné des réponses favorables en tout ou en partie. Je veux dire, il est évident qu'il y a un accommodement à trouver. Je veux dire, le fait d'avoir aucune réponse favorable est évidemment une source de tension majeure, une source de frustration majeure et peut-être malheureusement une cause de regain de violence.
Thank you very much. Selpi, would you like to conclude as well? Ms. Estinjan, would you like to add some reflections on what you've heard from the other participants? And you can unmute yourself and for 1 minute.
No, I won't. I'm grateful though, and I want to highlight the reference to the structural, the needs, the creation, and also the education, which I didn't address, which is also extremely important. But those are the two extra that I felt was really grateful that was highlighted in the talks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see Damir is also already nodding his head, so you must agree with something.
Yes, with the mention of education, definitely. This is something that I also did not address, did not have time to. In Bosnia, we have 3 education systems, and they definitely do not work in promoting any form of sort of respect for other minorities. But in a previous sort of NGO life, I have mostly, or a colleague referred to these sessions as therapy sessions, sort of collective therapy, where everybody just mentions sort of what their grievances are, what's sort of on their mind. And this is something that we can see. It's not an issue. Minority issues are not something that should be taken for granted. They have to be sort of reflected on and reminded by. I mean, this is something that definitely deserves attention. But also, just looking at it from one's own side does not lead to any solutions. So just focusing on how to achieve one's own goals creates new problems. Bosnia is a very good example of this, where citizens are excluded just because of this sort of perfect solution of taking care of the main minorities. So there are no simple solutions. And this is something that we should definitely keep in mind.
Thank you so much. And Amalur, would you like to add your final impressions?
Only invite you to look to our website and to know more about the project I just presented. I just want to thank you for this great opportunity. It was a real pleasure to be here today with you all. Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. Indeed, my words of thanks go to both the organizers, to the special rapporteur, not least, of course, and also the participants. Again, I remind you that those who have not been able to make their interventions yet will have an opportunity to do so in the next session, which will start in 50 minutes at 11:30 Central European Time, looking at ways forward toward addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts. So I invite you to come back to this channel again in 50 minutes, as said. Until then, I thank you and wish everyone well.
Hello, Petra. I just saw you were checking your video.
Hi, Sean.
Hi. Your audio is also working. So we'll be starting on time at 11:30. So
okay.
Hello, Anina. Can we please check your audio and your video, please?
Hi. Yes.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you see me?
And we can see you perfectly.
Okay, great. I'm not sure how it works with the interpretation channels because I will speak a bit in Romanes and French. So,
okay.
What should I do during my...
Yep. At the bottom of your screen, there's
yes.
the interpretation button.
Yes.
If you select that when you're speaking French, you select French language.
Okay.
If you switch to Romani, then switch to Romani channel.
Okay. And I will, during the intervention of the experts, for example, if they speak Russian, I should go on Russian? No.
No, do you want to listen to French?
Yes.
Well, then you leave it on the French channel and that's what you'll hear.
Okay, great. Just, do you know if the person who is translating Romani is from Romania or no?
Let me check with my colleague because we have two interpreters.
Sorry. Because the language is quite different from, you know, Romani from Romania or Bulgaria or Serbia is not quite the same. So just to be sure if I am...
yeah, hi Anina, this is Nikki, sorry. Actually, Juice just jumped in. You may be able to see his screen as well. He's waving now. I don't know if you can see all the screens or not, but maybe Juice, could you... or I don't know, Anina, if you can switch to the Romani channel, I believe you'll be able to hear him speak.
Okay. Oh,
there you are.
Foarte mișto. Mulțumim că te trăiesc. Ime, but, dama bari. Ok, foarte mișto. But mișto.
Thank you, Juice.
Nice. It's perfect.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for testing that.
Please, I have another question. Should I read the UN rules and principles as moderator or yes?
Yes, please. Many participants will have heard it already today, but we will have some new participants. So if you could read it out in full, that would be helpful.
Okay, great. So I will read them just before giving the floor to the experts. Is that good for you?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so I will make a short introduction and after I will read the rules and I will give the floor to the first.
Perfect, perfect. Any questions, Anina, you can either message me through the Zoom chat or you can message my phone as you've been doing.
I'm not sure how to pronounce the names of the experts. I'm sorry. I don't want to, you know, to make someone feel bad because I'm not able to say correctly the name. I don't know if all the experts are.
Mine is easy, no? Petra Rotter. Okay.
It's good. No, you know, I'm Anina Chuchu. My name in France, no one can pronounce it. I mean, no one, never. So I don't want to do the same to you.
I can perhaps ask our experts when they test their microphones and videos, just to clarify for you, so that there's no error. So I can see Sadobek. I can see that you are here. Could you please check your audio and video for us, please?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
But I cannot start my video because you have. Oh,
it should now work.
All right, cool. Hi there.
Hello, thank you. Yes, we can hear and see you perfectly. Ms. Anina, we just wanted to double check how to pronounce your name so that she can introduce you correctly. So I'm sure she would appreciate your clarification there, Sadovek.
All right, Sardarbek Abdukhalilov.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Anina.
Good to see you again.
Me too.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vince. Can we please check your audio is working?
Yes, I can hear you and I hope you hear me.
Yes, we can. Yeah, perfect.
I'm not able to see my face, but I imagine that the video is fine.
The video is fine, and we have screen share on at the moment. But
okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Albakidze. Could we please just check your microphone is working?
Thank you. I think it's working. Do you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. I think you just need to tilt your camera forward because we can't see or sit back slightly. That's it. That's better. Thank you.
Is it okay?
Yes, that's good. Thank you. We will start in 2 minutes at past.
Okay, thank you. And I have a presentation. Should I share my presentation or organizers do it?
Yes, you will do it yourself.
Myself. Okay, thank you. As in previous sessions. Okay.
Thank you.
Tetlain tabin baktali. Misto araklem tume sovereign. Farma bud misto că daștipte dabduma romanes tumența. Hai coce ande cado malaimos baro ando onu. Farma bud misto fiindcă amari shib i romani. Siri prinjandi peste se apesea e puv. Na numai amendar romendar. da iyi engajender. Bonjour à tous. Je suis Anina Chouchou et je suis très heureuse d'avoir pu vous souhaiter la bienvenue en Roumanie pour introduire cette 4e session du Forum européen régional des minorités. Cette 4e session qui porte sur les voies à suivre pour combler les lacunes du mécanisme des droits de l'homme et pour protéger les minorités et prévenir les conflits. En tant que femme, en tant que jeune femme rome de nationalité franco-roumaine, je la félicite et j'espère que cette reconnaissance de notre langue s'accompagne aussi de la considération du respect dû à ces locuteurs qui sont si multiples et divers sur notre planète. En tant que jeune femme rome de nationalité franco-roumaine, mais de classe populaire, j'ai été exposée avec ma famille personnellement depuis ma plus tendre enfance à la privation de nos droits les plus fondamentaux, au risque de conflit, et en réalité depuis plusieurs générations. Mais je ne m'attarderai pas ici à vous exposer quelles ont été ces privations de droits, puisque en réalité, des intervenants ont pu le faire brillamment hier, durant les 3 premières sessions du forum, et ce matin aussi. Et en réalité, je ne m'attarderai pas à le faire puisque le temps est compté et que cette session, elle est, vous l'aurez compris, destinée à dépasser le constat alarmant sur la violation des droits de l'homme des minorités, sur les risques de conflit, mais elle est destinée en réalité à se tourner vers les moyens d'agir pour prévenir ces conflits et pour protéger les droits de l'homme. Et c'est pour ça que je suis particulièrement heureuse de modérer cette session aujourd'hui. Avant de laisser la parole aux brillants professeurs et personnalités de la société civile qui vont intervenir en tant qu'experts, et peut-être à vous aussi qui nous regardez, qui auraient envie d'intervenir après leur intervention, j'aimerais commencer par vous dire et peut-être vous rappeler que les personnes privées de leurs droits sont elles aussi également acteurs des solutions à mettre en place collectivement. Évidemment, le rôle des États, des organisations comme l'ONU, des institutions est important, même nécessaire. Mais en réalité, aucun changement d'envergure profond et pérenne ne pourra advenir si les premiers concernés eux-mêmes ne sont pas au cœur et à l'initiative de ce processus de changement. Et pour finir de vous en convaincre, j'aimerais vous raconter ici les changements structurels que nous avons obtenus avec le collectif École pour tous que j'ai fondé en France en 2018. Le collectif École pour tous rassemble des enfants, des jeunes, des parents faisant partie des minorités discriminées en France, c'est que les Roms vivant en bidonville, les réfugiés syriens, des jeunes immigrés mineurs venant d'Afrique de l'Ouest, sans leurs parents, des gens du voyage, des enfants de Mayotte et de Guyane, qui ont tous en commun d'être ou d'avoir été privés de leur droit à l'éducation en France. Droit fondamental s'il en est, droit dont j'ai moi-même été privée à mon arrivée en France avec ma famille lorsque j'étais enfant. Par exemple, lorsque la première fois nous avons tenté de nous inscrire à l'école, cette inscription scolaire nous a été refusée parce que nous vivions en bidonville et que nous n'avions pas d'adresse. Et puis, par la suite, les nombreuses expulsions de notre habitat, les expulsions forcées, nous ont obligés, mes sœurs et moi, à interrompre plusieurs fois notre scolarité. Il nous a donc fallu un courage immense pour nous battre contre ces obstacles socio-administratifs pour pouvoir accéder comme les autres enfants à l'école. Pour pouvoir accéder à l'école et réaliser mon rêve de devenir avocate en 2018. Et c'est à ce moment-là que j'ai décidé, donc avec des jeunes de toutes les minorités discriminées en France, mais qui, comme moi, rencontraient des obstacles dans l'accès à l'éducation, de prendre notre destin en main et de fonder le collectif École pour tous afin de garantir en réalité le droit. Ça peut effectivement paraître choquant que la France, grande puissance mondiale, grande puissance économique, que dans ce pays, il y a encore des enfants qui soient privés du droit à l'école. Mais malheureusement, c'est le cas, par exemple, pour ces jeunes mineurs immigrés qui arrivent en France sans leur famille et qui viennent souvent d'Afrique de l'Ouest. Pour accéder à l'école, ils doivent se voir accorder une protection de l'État en tant que mineurs. Malheureusement, très souvent, cette protection leur est refusée car on met en doute leur minorité. De même, lorsqu'ils atteignent l'âge de 18 ans pour pouvoir continuer leurs études, cette protection devrait pouvoir se continuer, mais elle leur est également très souvent refusée. C'est par exemple ça les difficultés d'accès à l'école, ou c'est quand on vit en bidonville ou en squat en France, pour l'inscription à l'école, on est très souvent refusé puisqu'on n'a pas une adresse fixe. Donc c'était contre ces obstacles que nous avons décidé en 2018 de nous organiser pour pouvoir garantir ce droit en réalité à tous les enfants. Et nous avons, par nos propres moyens, mis en place des méthodes d'organisation et des méthodes d'action originales, innovantes, surprenantes, à notre image. Nous avons notamment utilisé la méthode du community organizing. Nous avons réussi à faire entendre nos voix, à faire voir nos visages qui restaient jusque-là invisibles. Nous avons rallié des milliers de citoyens, notamment par l'aide d'une pétition, à notre combat. Nous avons travaillé avec des députés et des ministres et nous avons réussi, en seulement 3 ans, à obtenir la modification de la législation française sur les inscriptions scolaires pour mettre fin à cette discrimination. Nous avons réussi également à obtenir la création de postes de médiation scolaire, de dizaines de postes de médiation scolaire qui permettent de créer un lien entre les enfants les plus en précarité, qui vont squat en bidonville, à la rue, et l'école, et leur permettre de continuer d'y aller. Nous avons également obtenu la création d'une mission d'information par le Premier ministre français portant sur les entraves dans l'accès à l'éducation pour les enfants et les jeunes en situation de grande précarité en France. Et là, c'est véritablement une reconnaissance gouvernementale de ce problème et aussi un engagement à agir pour le régler. Et nous continuerons d'agir avec le collectif École pour tous et tous ces enfants, tous ces parents, tous ces jeunes, jusqu'à obtenir la satisfaction des 6 demandes que nous avons formulées au ministre de l'Éducation nationale pour garantir à tous ces enfants le droit à l'éducation et surtout le droit de rêver. Et je tenais à évoquer ici rapidement avec vous cette expérience parce que comme une note d'espoir que je voulais partager, mais également comme un engagement à l'action. Mais peut-être aussi, j'aimerais formuler une recommandation qui s'adresse aussi bien à l'ONU qu'aux États présents, aux représentants des États présents, et puis à toutes les personnes ici présentes. Il s'agit en réalité pour moi de considérer, de renforcer, de favoriser l'organisation des personnes directement concernées par la privation de leurs droits pour qu'elles puissent concevoir des solutions collectives et ainsi créer des sociétés plus justes et plus égalitaires. Je vous invite donc à vous intéresser, à soutenir, à renforcer les initiatives portées par les premiers concernés, aussi humbles soient-elles, car c'est vraiment par là que doit passer, que va arriver le changement structurel nécessaire à nos sociétés pour garantir la paix et la justice. Et je vous remercie de m'avoir écouté. Je vais donner à présent la parole aux experts, mais juste avant de leur laisser la parole, j'aimerais rappeler ici les règles et les principes pour que cette discussion se passe au mieux et que je vous invite tous à suivre. Donc, il est rappelé aux participants du forum régional de contribuer de manière constructive aux discussions sur le thème abordé dans le programme de travail du forum régional. Donc ici, vraiment les moyens d'action. Et je demande vraiment aux experts de se focaliser là-dessus, c'est extrêmement important, et ainsi qu'aux personnes qui vont intervenir par la suite. Veuillez noter que toutes les interventions et déclarations dans le cadre de chaque thème du forum régional doivent être pertinentes pour ce thème particulier. Il est préférable que les intervenants ne soient pas interrompus. Le sujet abordé. Nous encourageons tous les participants à formuler des recommandations concrètes sur les manières d'aborder les questions relevant du thème sur lequel porte votre intervention. Nous comptons sur la coopération de tous les participants à cette fin. Afin de parvenir à des échanges fructueux et significatifs, nous attendons de tous les participants qu'ils fassent preuve de respect pour les opinions d'autrui et nous les invitons à faire preuve de décorum, à éviter les propos injurieux ou irrespectueux ou les remarques désobligeantes et incendiaires, à respecter les valeurs et les principes fondamentaux des Nations Unies et à se conformer aux normes des Nations Unies lorsqu'ils font référence à des pays et territoires. Les participants sont également priés de s'abstenir de publier ou d'afficher du matériel offensant, obscène, qui promeut ou encourage la violence ou qui ne respecte pas les normes de l'ONU concernant les pays et les territoires. En cas d'infraction répétée et ou grave à ces règles, les participants peuvent être exclus de la réunion à la discrétion des organisateurs. Il est également rappelé à tous les participants que toute action d'intimidation ou de représailles à l'encontre des individus et des groupes qui ont participé à ce forum régional ou qui coopèrent ou ont coopéré avec les Nations Unies et ses représentants et ses mécanismes dans le domaine des droits de l'homme est inacceptable. Les États sont instamment priés de prévenir de tels actes et d'assurer une protection adéquate contre eux. Bon. Une fois rappelé les règles, maintenant je vais laisser la parole à Marina Elbakidze, projet coordinateur du Caucasus Institute for Peace. Marina, je vous laisse la parole.
Thank you, Anina. I am happy for you. You can speak on your native language. And thank you for organizers to this opportunity to talk about the minorities in Georgia. I prepared presentation in English language, and I want to share it with you. Sorry, I just want to, I am, sorry for technical problem. I hope you see presentation. I want to now to switch. I'm going to speak in Russian language, and I'm trying to switch to translation to Russian channel, but I cannot manage it. I'm sorry. So now I managed to switch to Russian. Да. Я хочу поговорить о ситуации этнических, о положении этнических меньшинств в Грузии. Для начала и потом представить свои рекомендации. Для начала я хочу отметить, что количество этнических меньшинств составляет 13%, чуть больше 13% от всего населения Грузии. Надо отметить, что это довольно многокультурное общество, многонациональное, но основными более крупными этническими группами являются армяне и азербайджанцы. Конечно, представлены все остальные группы, которые жили в Грузии, все еще живут. Это осетины, абхазы и так далее. Я не буду перечислять всех. Также в Грузии представлена религиозная многообразность, хотя основными группами, религиозными группами являются православные христиане, паства представители Армянской апостольской церкви, мусульмане и так далее. Я не буду всех перечислять. Также можно отметить, что в Грузии у нас есть определенные языковые, лингвистические меньшинства, малые группы, которые говорят на своем родном языке, все еще сохранили свои языки. Отдельно хочу отметить по поводу Абхазии и Южной Осетии, о Цхинвальском регионе, как сейчас официально называют в Грузии Южную Осетию. Я не намерена сегодня представлять те проблемы и тот комплексную конфликтную картину, которая существует в Грузии в связи с Абхазией и Южной Осетии, так как это большая тема и разговор для другой встречи. Но я хочу отметить тут же, что в результате появилась новая группа, можно сказать, условно меньшинств. Это внутренне перемещенные лица. И, конечно, появилась, так скажем, в кавычках, своеобразная этническое меньшинство грузин в Грузии. Я имею в виду, что на территории Абхазии и Южной Осетии, я должна для аудитории пока сначала уточнить, что Абхазия и Южная Осетия, то есть Цхинвальский регион, это два региона, которые отделились от Грузии в результате войны 90-х годах прошлого века, и потом это стало более очевидным после войны 2008 года. Ну, как я уже отметила, я не намерена говорить о конфликте самом, но просто чтобы уточнить для аудитории, что в результате этих конфликтов появились внутренне перемещенные лица в Грузии, и они составляют особую группу со своими проблемами, естественно. И также, как я уже начала говорить, это этнические меньшинства самой Абхазии и Южной Осетии. И в этом случае этническим меньшинством на этих территориях являются именно этнические грузины. И, конечно, у них есть определенные проблемы, это потому что они представляют этнические меньшинства, но также надо подчеркнуть, что у всех проживающих на этих территориях этнических групп есть и общие проблемы. Это, конечно, проблема свободы передвижения, то есть нарушаются права свободы передвижения, это доступ к адекватному уровню учебы, получить обучение на родном языке, это в основном для грузин и так далее. Я не буду уже распространяться по этому поводу и перейду на следующий слайд. И хочу коротко отметить, я тут тоже не буду детально вникать, это коротко затрону, какова политика властей Грузии, какие институции существуют и как происходит имплементация и защита прав меньшинств. Тема этой сессии представляет, основная тема, как уже было отмечено, это разработка тех механизмов, рекомендаций, то есть сперва как бы уточнение, а потом уточнение тех проблем и тех пробелов, которые существуют в защите прав меньшинств, и потом как бы разработка тех механизмов, которые могут заполнить адекватно эти пробелы, адекватно как бы реагировать на нарушение прав меньшинств, этнических и других меньшинств тоже, хотя мы акцент делаем на этнические и национальные меньшинства. Сейчас вернусь к положению Грузии. Сейчас, в принципе, это я рассматриваю как пример ситуацию в Грузии, что потом как-то обосновывать свои рекомендации, если они будут приемлемы потом и для других ситуаций, для других случаев, в других территориях и странах. В принципе, на правовом уровне в этом контексте в Грузии все нормально, можно так сказать. Закон не является дискриминационным в отношении меньшинств и защищает равноправно права всех групп, этнических или других групп. Существуют соответствующие институции, которые этим занимаются. Это министерство, это специальное агентство по вопросам религии. Разработана программа по вопросам меньшинств, специальная не программа, стратегия, можно более серьезно сказать, стратегия и план действия. Как же и стратегия, кстати, о возвращении потерянных территорий, тоже есть план действия и так далее. Действует в Грузии, конечно, офис народного защитника, достаточно развитые организации по правам человека. Да и есть много примеров сотрудничества с международными организациями, и довольно детальные отчеты публикуются по правам человека. Но, несмотря на это, я перехожу сейчас на следующую тему, на следующий слайд. Существует ряд проблем по правам этнических меньшинств, и не только этнических, других меньшинств тоже. Эти проблемы, эти вызовы, которые существуют в защите прав меньшинств, можно категоризировать в разные по разным сферам, так скажем. И я в пример привожу несколько из них. Есть
I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Please, can you go forward to the recommendation?
Okay.
I'm sorry. We don't have the time.
Okay.
I'm really sorry. Go please to the recommendation.
I'm sorry.
Send us, you can send all the information at the presentation.
Да, спасибо. Я перехожу на рекомендации, просто тут отмечу, что эти проблемы разного категории, и рекомендации в основном следующие. Они касаются меньшинств, это власти должны определить, идентифицировать и основные общие проблемы всех меньшинств, и также выделить те специфические проблемы, которые существуют у разных маленьких групп меньшинств. Также надо включить вот в этот процесс идентификации самих представителей этих меньшинств. Надо определить на уровне властей конкретные институции, ответственные департаменты или персоны, которые будут отвечать за имплементацию принятых планов по меньшинствам, и они будут легко доступны для представителей меньшинств. Международные организации должны поддержать увеличение репрезентации меньшинств в политических органах, в парламенте, может быть, в политических партиях. Возможно, это сделать, это звучит немножко громко, но через установление квот. Правозащитные организации должны разработать механизмы, как увеличить представленность меньшинств в государственных структурах, там их очень мало, и надо поддержать те неправительственные организации, другие организации меньшинств, которые существуют, в стране, в странах, где они, если распространятся широко, и даже посодействовать их созданию, особенно на региональном, общинном уровне. И я сказала, что не затрону вопрос конфликта в Абхазии и Южной Осетии, но одну рекомендацию я бы могла представить, это поддержка прямого диалога между Тбилиси и с представителями отделенных отколовших территорий, то есть лидерами Сухуми и Цхинвали. Спасибо.
Merci beaucoup, Madame El-Bakidze, pour votre présentation et les recommandations. Je passe la parole tout de suite à Monsieur Sardo Bek Abdoukalilov, former OHCHR Minority Fellow and lawyer from Spadevuvost Human Rights Organization.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello. All right. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to the opportunity here at the Human Rights Regional Forum to discuss with you how we can address gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts. This is a challenging topic, to be honest. I would like to say that every day we experience various conflicts, which may be conflict of interests, conflict of desires, conflict of priorities, conflict of thoughts, and etc. We can overcome these conflicts through already established settlement mechanisms, and we reach remedies for our conflict. Then we will have satisfactory feelings. As for minorities who were not provided with adequate human rights protection mechanisms or faced obstacles in obtaining remedies to resolve the grievances, these grievances will shift into other layers of manifestation, and this manifestation forms may trigger conflicts. The right to effective remedy includes holding perpetrators accountable and providing appropriate reparation to victims, including victims belonging to minority communities. Remedies comes at the conclusion of proceedings and are intended to give victims a sense that they have been heard, that the justice has been done, thereby fulfilling a vital conflict prevention function. I would like to say that granting appropriate remedies to persons belonging to minorities, including collective redress that can tackle the cause of systemic discrimination, can also serve as a signal that states intend to treat these people equally. Therefore, access to justice for national minorities is a grant in the idea that justice is not only about the enjoyment of rights by persons belonging to national minorities, but also intimately connected to the conflict prevention. The international standards relating to minority rights identify the following issues as the major concerns. Firstly, this is survival and existence, promotion and protection of the identity of minorities, equality and non-discrimination, and finally, effective and meaningful participation. Ideally, institution with a functioning human rights protection mechanisms covers all these concerns. However, more importantly, these protection mechanisms should be effective and strongly relate to the existence of the rule of law. The question relating to the national minorities can only be satisfactorily resolved in a democratic political framework based on the rule of law with a functioning independent judiciary. And the rule of law, the precondition for sustainable peace and development and security and justice are essential stepping stone in achieving the rule of law. the rule of law is based on justice and security and grounded in the principles of supremacy of law, equality before the law, protection of fundamental human rights, fairness, and the application of law and separation of powers. The breaking of the rule of law is the most significant indicator of the escalating conflict and thus critical to conflict prevention. Here the question comes to the implementation and why implementing the rule of law is so challenging in our countries. Despite differences, our countries have shown similar development cycle in which oftentimes considerable initiative optimism gave way to the deep disillusionment. Now, let me give you some examples about obstacle from my home country Kyrgyzstan that stands in the way of effective human rights mechanisms which may serve as an early warning or early prevention mechanisms. Firstly, this is judicial independence. The judicial independence, I would like to say that judicial system of the Kyrgyz Republic adversarially affected by the politicization of the judiciary, undue influence, and judicial corruption. The second factor that contributes to the poor human rights protection is a lack of political will when the key decisions makers fail to understand, implement, and ensure the policy solutions for human rights protections are carried out. And thirdly, I would like to say that systemic corruption is a persistent problem in our country, despite success in strengthening relevant legal framework and setting up anti-corruption institutions. While corruption undermines the functioning of the judiciary, the lack of independence of the judiciary also undermines adequate processing against corruption. Another issue responsible for the poor record of human rights is people's legal mentality, so-called legal mentality, the culture of impunity, the low level of respect and understanding of the concept of rule of law. The law protecting human rights are not implemented and do not work in practice if people do not believe in this law and they do not trust them and do not think that will be accountable for any violation. As a result, such belief, such understanding, such mentality ultimately shapes the attitude and leads to behaviors where violations are becoming as a norm from both sides, from state actors and from non-state actors. To be brief, I would like to add that the question relating to national minorities can only be satisfactorily resolved in a democratic political framework based on the rule of law with a functioning independent judiciary. And in light of these, I would like to offer just two key recommendations: that states should demonstrate commitment and put the human rights agenda front and center into the internal policies using human rights-based approach. And secondly, access to justice for persons belonging to national minorities should be underpinned by the principles of rule of law, non-discrimination, equality, including gender equality, the right to a fair hearing with a reasonable time by the independent and impartial body established by the law, the right to legal assistance, and the right to effective remedy. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, I'm your disposal. Thank you.
Merci. Merci infiniment, Monsieur Khalilov, pour votre intervention et vos recommandations. Je donne la parole maintenant à Petra Rother, Madame Petra Rother, professeure de relations internationales à l'Université de Ljubljana. Je vous en prie.
Thank you very much, Anina. And let me first also thank the special rapporteur and the Tom Lantos Institute for the invitation to participate at this, again, excellently organized regional forum. I very much enjoyed the previous presentations yesterday and so far today. Yesterday, we were all reminded of most important root causes of conflicts, and we were able to reflect on the multi-layered normative framework that has been established to protect minority rights and thus prevent conflict. Worryingly, many of the root causes were not listed as something we have learned from the past, as we saw them in the past, but rather as something that is very much present in our societies today. Indeed, the present situation is really very serious and no simple solution will do the trick. In fact, we should recognize openly that the existing norms and mechanisms have simply not been enough to move away from securitization of minority issues to ensuring full access and enjoyment of human rights to everyone, regardless of their ethnic, linguistic, religious affiliations. Moreover, the growing split between the liberal, cosmopolitan, diverse parts of our societies on one hand, and illiberal, parochial, primordially oriented on the other hand, is being promoted and supported by technology and the quest for profits, both by big multinational companies. Note the story about the change of algorithms by Facebook, because incitement to hatred and extreme views generates more hits and thus more money, and by corrupt individuals, including presidents and prime ministers across the continent. Their corrupt money has been purposefully used to promote nationalism and populism and to brush off any international criticism of their policies, as we were again reminded yesterday. The present framework for protecting minority rights thus faces severe challenges, which go beyond the issue of state sovereignty. But of course, the big question is what needs to be done and how indeed changes can be brought about in such really severe circumstances, without sounding in a way too naive about what is indeed plausible. I will address three sets of issues, three gaps as it were, and I will focus at the international level, in addition to, of course, what we have heard is happening at the domestic national level. So the first gap in the present normative global system is conceptual. Here, the work by European institutions like the High Commissioner on National Minorities and indeed the Advisory Committee of the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities can be used to develop further standards also globally. Such standards should help states and other actors understand at least 5 sets of issues. Firstly, that diversity management through minority rights requires the involvement of everyone in a society. Minority rights are not for minorities alone. Everyone needs to be involved. Secondly, that its main goals are effective equality of everyone, regardless of their affiliations, and societal integration as a process of mutual adaptation that views diversity as a value and an integral part of a society. Thirdly, states and other actors, including communities and persons belonging to them, should understand the meaning of the principle of free self-identification, the difference between primordial ethnic origin and affiliation as a free choice, the importance of recognizing multiple affiliations, changing and situational affiliations, and the existence of first languages as a dynamic category. Fourthly, states should be helped to understand the substance of the principle, specifying that their prime responsibility is to ensure effective access to minority rights for persons belonging to their minorities living in their territory, rather than using minority rights for geopolitical interests. These are the home minorities, and these communities are internally diverse by gender, age, socioeconomic situations, and similar. And these are the issues that need to be addressed. Fifthly, and finally, a meaningful dialogue and effective participation of all segments of a diverse society in all walks of life is the best guarantee for finding the best inclusive solutions for particular situations that will not lead to grievances or further grievances, exclusion, and conflicts. The notion of all segments may require a rethinking of minority-majority terminology, which is something we heard with respect to Bosnia and Herzegovina by Damir in the previous panel, and a shift to fully understanding complex diversities, including intra-community diversity based on gender, age, and similar characteristics, and taking all these into account nationally and internationally. Based on what is happening in practice, these issues may need to be spelled out explicitly, as terminology matters. How we think about and talk about issues affects our actions. The second gap in the present international regime pertains to the actual monitoring process or processes. Monitoring of human rights obligations tends to be viewed as a periodical exercise that puts a lot of burden on states. State reports are submitted with shorter or longer delays. They're often not reflective. They miss disaggregated data and data analysis. So the root causes of potential conflicts could be detected by states themselves. And as soon as grievances, hatred, and inequalities are detected, and the society is not becoming integrated. International monitoring bodies present their recommendations periodically, often facing non-friendly, if not even hostile reactions by states subjected to such a monitoring, a review, or an assessment. It is therefore crucial that monitoring of international norms on human rights, including minority rights, becomes a continuous process supported by technology that will enable an ongoing and open reporting on how a state implements its international obligations. Such an open access, but also user-friendly, data-based, reflective, and self-critical reporting should also serve for information sharing between different mechanisms and institutions that should actively support such an ongoing process through, for example, meaningful follow-up activities, helping state authorities at all levels to effectively implement concrete recommendations. The third and final gap I would like to briefly discuss is related with the various struggles of international organizations and institutions facing an increasingly notable turn to sovereignism and away from multilateralism. This is reflected in a lack of resources, but also in lacking political support to commonly agreed norms on human rights, including minority rights. Europe is even facing open questions coming from the highest political levels about the substance and the understanding of the rule of law, as we could just hear by Sardorbek, and I very much agree with what he was saying. This is a really worrying trend, given that the rule of law, democracy, and human rights have been designed as three equally important pillars for ensuring peace in the continent. These challenges require at least three sets of actions. Firstly, closer cooperation between different international institutions and between different bodies within those institutions on how individual states could and should ensure effective equality of everyone and societal integration. Such closer cooperation includes better information sharing, also with the support of technology, as well as trained employees, inclusion of more diverse interlocutors, taking into account intra-community diversities, and examining options of coordinating the messages to individual states and their authorities at all levels. Secondly, international institutions need to take a few much more decisive steps against states, in fact, state representatives, who no longer support commonly agreed norms. Benefits and rights come also with duties and obligations, and reactions to non-acceptable behavior can be both tangible, if, for example, financial means are at stake, as well as symbolic, that should be used more openly and more frequently. Monitoring should aim at unveiling the issues, the problematic behavior of states, or actions that states have not undertaken. And the monitoring should not be overwhelmed with a struggle of how to balance possible good practices with revealed severe problems. A problem should be called as such, and recommendations should be as concrete as possible and as firm as possible, supported by all mechanisms an institution has to link the implementation of human rights obligations with all other membership rights. This is not easy, and one should, of course, not be naive that this is easily achievable, but it is sometimes painful to watch what is being allowed and brushed off the table under the title of sovereign equality of states. Thirdly, human rights mechanisms, including mechanisms for protection and promotion of minority rights and diversity management more generally, should be supported by concrete support on the ground, be it through facilitation of dialogue, removal of the barriers to societal integration, empowerment of future community leaders with competencies for democratic culture, empowerment of independent national monitoring institutions such as ombudspersons, even independent media. International organizations and donors should financially support programs through which recommendations made by international expert bodies can be fulfilled on the ground. Diversity management should be therefore mainstreamed, as we could hear also yesterday. And my final note, as an independent expert myself and as a university professor, anti-intellectualism that has entered also many democratic societies puts a pressure on experts who are being monitored, attacked, referred to as so-called experts, possibly paid by Soros or some other Western institutions, consequently in some states even referred to as Sorosoids, whose critical voices are being silenced by state representatives not willing to critically self-reflect on their own national histories and practices as well as policies. Open, inclusive public debates on how best to manage diversity so that diversity could indeed become accepted as a societal asset are close to impossible. If we add to this systematic attacks on human rights defenders and independent journalists and media houses, the very fundamentals of our democratic societies are being shaken so severely that serious action is indeed needed at all levels. Looking ahead may unfortunately involve defending some of the building blocks as agreed some 70 years ago, including fundamental human rights and freedoms of everyone. I thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, professeur Rother. Merci pour cet éclairage et pour les recommandations aussi très concrètes et précises. C'est intéressant et appréciable. Et je vais donner maintenant la parole à Monsieur Vincenzo Laurent, président de la Fédération de l'Union des nationalités européennes. Monsieur Vincenzo, c'est à vous.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Thanks for having me. I'm Laurent Vince, and I'm president of the Federal Union of European Nationalities and member of the European Parliament. I would start by praising the approach of the UN Special Rapporteur on minority issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, to bring the UN discussion on minority rights and on the prevention of conflicts to the regional level. And I congratulate also the Tom Lantos Institute for organizing this event, despite the obvious constraints we all face in this period. FUEN, my organization, the umbrella organization of minorities in Europe, is honored to be partner of the forum. I will offer, of course, not only an expert opinion, but a political perspective, since I am a politician. And in my intervention, I will focus on the role of the most important regional institutional frameworks, the European Union and the Council of Europe, that may have to guarantee the aims of the UN in terms of ending and preventing conflicts in Europe. In particular, I will emphasize the need for the European Union to build a comprehensive framework for the protection of national minorities, including by internalizing the two instruments of protecting minorities of the Council of Europe, the Framework Convention and the Language Charter, as this would have effects both within and outside the borders of the European Union. Global and regional attempts to codify national minority rights have typically gained momentum when the international community had to respond to a conflict or when it has perceived that conflict could arise somewhere. And this was the case of Europe of the 90s, which was faced, among other things, with the wars in the Yugoslavia, the collapse of the Soviet Union, the peaceful separation of Czechoslovakia, and the surfacing of tensions between Hungarian communities and their Central and Eastern European host states. At the level of the OSCE, the Yugoslav tragedy led to the realization that issues of national minorities and the fulfillment of international agreements on the rights of minorities are a legitimate international question and do not represent just an internal affair of a given state. And it also led to the creation of the well-known position of High Commissioner on National Minorities. As well regards the Council of Europe, encompassing most countries on the continent, two very important conventions were adopted in the 90s with the objective of establishing a legal minimum on minority languages and people, the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, and the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages. The Framework Convention filled a legal void with the introduction of a large set of legal provisions into the international legal system in an area where legal guarantees previously were extremely limited. Over the years, its standards have been instrumental in shaping measures on non-discrimination, language rights, education and media, as well as initiatives targeting the Roma. Within the European Union, after the adoption of the Copenhagen accession criteria, it became an essential part of the principle of conditionality in view of the admission to the European Union. The existence of the convention proved to be extremely beneficial for the EU, which lacked and still lacks its own set of rules on minority right norms. Thus, all new EU member states ratified it prior to their accession, except for Latvia, which did so afterwards and only with reservation, and that mainly outliers are all member states, France, Belgium, Greece, and Luxembourg. The situation is also very similar in the case of the Language Charter, which entered into force almost at the same time as the Framework Convention. So where are we today? The Framework Convention still represents the most important standard for the protection of minorities. However, its effectiveness is weakened by several factors, and I will name the most important ones. Others can be discovered, of course. Firstly, the Council of Europe's lack of executive powers, which makes the implementation in practice, the recommendations dependent on the goodwill of states, resulting in a noticeable culture of non-compliance with the two instruments. Secondly, the opinion of the advisory committee are formulated in diplomatic language. and even those may be diluted by the Council of Ministers. Its monitoring is based on dialogue and lacks the possibility to impose sanctions for non-compliance. And this is implied by the very nature of this convention, which is formulated in terms of commitments willingly committed by states rather than rights of persons. Thirdly, it is limited in space, since not all EU member states have signed up to them, or that they table reservations at their adoption. The political climate on minority issues has changed since the entry into force of the convention. The general trend in Europe today is to minimize as much as possible the importance of issues on the rights of national and linguistic minorities, even during a time when talk about democratic norms and principles are in the forefront. This is valid not just for the Council of Europe, but also for the EU. Inside the EU, it seems comfortable to assume that the ratification of the Framework Convention can be considered as a certification that the situation of national and linguistic minorities is satisfactory. The EU prefers to believe in the comfortable assumption that history is behind us and there is no need to deal with uncomfortable facing of realities. This is despite clear evidence, not only of continued mistreatment of many minorities in EU member states, but also of armed conflicts in our close neighborhood. And Ukraine is the best example, but also in the Western Balkan countries, serious issues are still on the agenda. What can be observed is the strong persistence of the nation-state concept in the institutional logic of both the Council of Europe and the EU institutions in the way they function and work. One could think that with a decades-long process of European integration, we are already at the stage when we do not look at societies as monocultural blocks, but understand them in their historical shaped diversity. The fact, however, is that in practice, minorities are still treated as deviation from the normativity of the states in which they live. This also means that these institutions are extremely careful not to extend the perceived national interest of member states' parties. With the recent exception of Poland and Hungary, I must say, here I insist on the word perceived because I'm convinced that the true self-interest of any state is to treat all its citizens equally. This is why the EU has never issued recommendations to member states on national minority issues, even if they would be justified and looks aside when fundamental rights of minorities are breached. The notable exception here, of course, is the accession negotiation period, but afterwards everything goes back. This is what we should change in the approach of these institutions. We need to reach the understanding that the rights of minorities are not special rights for favored groups, but are human rights of citizens that are above the perceived interest of state. Is this approach outdated? Did history prove that interethnic relations can be solved in the individual member states? And the answer should be no. Good solutions were found in most of the cases on the intervention of international institutions or in an international context. And just to name a few, with Germany, Denmark, Austria, Italy, the Western Balkans. And relative calm or resignation does not mean approval or a motive of celebration. Most Central and Eastern European states developed minority protection tools on the pressure of the Council of Europe, NATO, and EU integration. On the other hand, the still not recognized Turkish community in Greece, the Occitan, Breton, or Alsatian language community in France that were denied constitutional recognition can tell us tons about issues still unsolved within the national boundaries. I believe that history shows us that multi-ethnic societies need constant care. The dialogue between minority and majority groups should never stop. Addressing even historical grievances by the state and public authorities needs also empathy, not only legal action. The implementation of the legislation on minority rights is important as adopting. The implementation of the legislation is as important as adopting the respective legal frame. The international community and international institutions should have the right instinct and the reaction time to address ethnic incidents before they escalate. 10 years after the Lisbon Treaty, for the first time in the history of the European integration, the word minorities has been introduced in the EU primary law and placed the rights of persons belonging to minorities among the EU's values. But the EU still hasn't developed legal measures related to national and linguistic minorities, not even within the framework of the open method of coordination, allowing for voluntary cooperation between member states. So, as strange as it seems, there is more talk about the rule of law and fundamental rights in the EU, the more there is a tendency to decouple rights of national and linguistic minorities from this discussion. And the rejection of the Minority SafePack initiative that I had the honor to coordinate by the European Commission is a clear proof of that. So far, the European Union has mainly focused on minority protection on its external policy. This includes the Copenhagen criteria, of course. However, the importance of these criteria in the accession process has to be acknowledged, and one can today see that it is weakening. The main cause for EU's lack of true credibility is, first of all, a serious issue of double standards. When there are EU member states which have not yet signed or ratified the Charter, the Framework Convention, or when other member states did so, this can backtrack on the pre-accession commitments without impunity. So in such conditions, one can even understand the logic behind the opportunistic stance from some candidate or partner countries which say that they should only be as good as the worst performing EU member states, and then we don't move forward. So coming to the end, what could be done? The leadership of the Council of Europe, I believe, should invest more political effort in strengthening the Framework Convention and the Language Charter.
Je suis désolée d'intervenir, Monsieur Vincenza, je suis désolée d'intervenir. Je vous prie de bien vouloir conclure, parce que malheureusement, le temps nous presse. Si vous avez encore des recommandations précises à faire, et puis évidemment, vous pouvez envoyer tous les éléments à Fernand Varenne et aux personnes qui ont organisé la réunion. Je vous prie juste de conclure avec des recommandations, s'il vous plaît, pour qu'on puisse passer au dialogue et aux participants par la suite. Beaucoup.
Oui, certainement. Je viens de dire que je fais les derniers mots et je vais faire les recommandations. One recommendation that I would have is that the Council of Europe invests more political effort in strengthening the Framework Convention and the Language Charter, encouraging state parties to sign and ratify the two documents. The other proposal that I would make that we should do more to help the European Union to embrace the Framework Convention and the Language Charter more seriously and embed it in its own rule of law monitoring, as it does with the recommendation of the Venice Commission. Of course, a lot should be done if there is a stronger institutional cooperation between the EU and the Council of Europe. For that, first of all, the political forces should be more active, and these actions should be created as an opportunity. Once there is will to be true trendsetters in the field of national minorities and linguistic rights, practical ways can be found to demolish the artificial silos and competence division between the EU and the Council of Europe. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Merci infiniment, Monsieur Vincenza. Merci pour ces recommandations et pour votre intervention. Nous avons maintenant, il nous reste 26 minutes exactement pour pouvoir donner la parole aux participants qui ont levé leurs mains. Donc, j'invite encore à le faire ceux qui ne l'ont pas encore fait. Je vous rappelle que vous avez 2 minutes pour intervenir, pour compléter, si vous le souhaitez, les recommandations qui ont été faites par les experts, l'éclairage qui a été donné. Je vous demande juste d'être du coup bref, 2 minutes. Je serai obligée d'intervenir malheureusement pour vous couper si vous dépassez les 2 minutes. Et également, je vous demande de bien vouloir parler lentement, s'il vous plaît, pour aider l'équipe d'interprétation pour que tout le monde puisse se comprendre. Je vais du coup donner la parole tout de suite à Monsieur Chegrinets du RNCA Bélarus. Je suis vraiment désolée, je ne vois pas vos noms en entier, donc je vous demande de bien vouloir vous présenter, de présenter aussi l'organisation que vous représentez quand vous intervenez. Monsieur Chegrinets, à vous la parole.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги, друзья. Меня зовут Роман Чегринец. Я представляю региональную национально-культурную автономию Беларусь и Крыма. По факту я представляю национальное меньшинство белорусов, проживающих в Крыму. Географически между полуостровом и моей исторической родиной расположилось государство, которое после 2014 года поразило в общечеловеческих правах членов моей общины и всех крымчан в целом. Так, из-за транспортной блокады Украины между Крымом и Беларусью отсутствует прямое сообщение. Усилия Киева по экономической блокаде полуострова затрудняют денежные переводы моим родным в Беларусь, а водная блокада препятствует эффективному земледелию в Крыму. Рассчитанные на политиков украинские санкции не работают, они наносят прямой ущерб только рядовым гражданам. Информационная блокада, поддержанная так называемыми цивилизованными странами Евросоюза, прямо препятствует донесению правды о Крыме до мирового сообщества. Складывается впечатление, что институты ООН рады находиться в неведении. Ни одна официальная делегация не посетила полуостров, не опросила национальные, языковые и религиозные меньшинства Крыма об истинном положении дел. Только визит на полуостров может документально подтвердить, что главным нарушителем прав меньшинств в Крыму является украинское государство и его верхушка. Все, кто не согласен с моими суждениями, могут лично приехать в Крым и доказать, что дело защиты прав меньшинств не просто современный тренд, а действительно повестка структур ООН. Официально приглашаю всех, кто не боится увидеть правду о Крыме, приехать на полуостров любыми путями, так как вопрос защиты прав людей должен решаться, несмотря на любые политические условия работы ООН. Приезжайте, жизни крымчан имеют значение. Ждем вас всех в гости у нас в Крыму. Мы готовы показать и рассказать все, что вам интересно, ничего не скрывая от мирового европейского сообщества. Мы очень вам всем рады и очень хотим увидеть на нашей солнечной земле. Спасибо, не хочу занимать время у других коллег.
Merci infiniment, monsieur, et merci d'avoir respecté le temps. Je donne tout de suite la parole à monsieur Romazimenko. On ne vous entend pas. Il faut démuter votre micro. On ne vous entend pas, monsieur Romazimenko.
Thanks, Mrs. Moderator. I'm Eva Pruneda Ruiz, speaking on behalf of the Catalan National Assembly, a grassroots body defending the right to self-determination of the Catalan people. The rule of law and the respect for the rights of minorities is under threat in Europe. Since 2017, over 3,300 Catalan activists and representatives have been politically persecuted by Spanish authorities, threatening the rights to freedom of expression and assembly and the right of political participation of the whole Catalan minority. Since 2015, Spanish judiciary has threatened with legal action Catalan Parliament's bureau members for processing laws and motions, and has suspended democratically elected members of parliament on dubious grounds. The most alarming case is that of Carme Forcadell, a former president of the Assembly I represent and a former speaker of the Catalan parliament. She spent 3 years and a half in prison as part of an 11-year-and-a-half prison sentence for having allowed a debate on independence in the Catalan chamber. This shows how Western states cannot be exempt of scrutiny and effective monitoring mechanisms, which need to be implemented by UN to give proper response. The scrutiny needs to apply as well to international organizations such as the European Union, which in the case of Catalonia is not acting proactively to defend the fundamental rights of minorities recognized in Article 2 of the EU Treaty. It is also important to upgrade the representation of national minorities in international organizations and bodies, such as the United Nations Human Rights Council, not only to denounce repression, but also to propose new means to combat discrimination in more effective ways. Therefore, the Catalan National Assembly calls on UN authorities to take measures to ensure that Spanish authorities stop their political persecution against Catalan leaders and activists, respect the fundamental rights of the Catalan minority, and engage in an honest negotiation to solve this political conflict. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Pruneda. Je donne la parole à Madame Sévu de l'Association des avocats.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Moderator. So I would like to proceed the previous session as well. So my recommendations will concern two topics. So the first recommendations are related to the lack of citizenship. And one of the most important rights for minorities is the freedom of expression and right to participate in decision-making related to their status and interests. And recently, the Steering Committee on Anti-Discrimination, Diversity and Inclusion, CDADI, has adopted the study in the active political participation of national minority youth in Council of Europe member states. And various obstacles for exercising the rights by minorities could be found in this document, that is, lack of recognition of national minorities by authorities, discrimination resulting from the intersection of being both young and representative of national minority, as well as discrimination based on gender. Also, it is political divides among persons belonging to national minorities, and there is lack of citizenship or statelessness, which was mentioned by several states, which is Belgium, Luxembourg, Norway, and Russian Federation. And this issue may prevent national minorities and other minorities from exercising voting rights at different levels, joining or forming political parties, accessing political, social, economic rights, and international travel to attend respective events on human rights abroad. So recommendation for European states and other organizations is to examine the national citizenship policy and take into account the rights of minorities residing in these countries. Also, another obstacle is low numerical membership, and disinterest from the national minority youth could be countered by means of informational support of opportunities for minority youth to participate in social life and defend their interests. That means larger dissemination of such information among the minorities, especially minority youth, representatives, and organizations. The second part and the final part of recommendations is about language minorities. So linguistic minorities were mentioned in the replies of Andorra, Belgium, Croatia, Estonia, Finland, and other countries. Excuse me. And the recommendation is to develop mechanisms guaranteeing the implementation of rights of national and linguistic minorities enshrined in international legal framework and fulfillment of respective obligations by states. For example, these conventions are European Charter for Regional or Minority Language and Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. And the last one, last recommendation is cancellation of discriminatory policies against linguistic minorities in certain European countries. Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment. Je donne la parole maintenant réellement à Monsieur Roman Zimenko. C'était une erreur de ma part tout à l'heure. À vous la parole, Monsieur Zimenko. On ne vous entend pas. Déclenchez votre micro.
Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you for providing us with an opportunity to address existing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts. One of such critical mechanisms, in our view, is sustaining a balance between the right of free speech and expression on the one hand, and protection from the hate speech and instigation towards committing violent acts on the other. Unfortunately, this balance is even harder to achieve in countries in a state of ongoing military conflict, which Ukraine's remain to this date. Therefore, I would like to bring to your urgent attention a continuous and pressing issue of persistence of hate speech expressions towards the Romani minority in Ukraine. It remains one of the most worrying factors impeding Roma social and economic integration into wider Ukrainian society. The language of hate speech, unfortunately, it is manifested in various social media as well as from public officials. From October 2020, monitoring group has found a large number of publications on the internet that contained elements of hate speech against Roma population in Ukraine. At the time of me speaking, a total number of such hate speech publications consist of 130 publications. Unfortunately, hate speech language leads to violence, and in the last 5 years, we have witnessed that it could manifest in Roma pogroms that happened in 2018. Another example of impunity towards violent acts against Roma is the case in Loshinivka, which happened in 2016. None of the people who were instigating violence online were not brought to justice. We would like to give recommendations to the UN and national governments and urge them to develop a comprehensive and sharp system of national law that would identify and what could be counted as hate speech expression conceptually in terms of national legislation, and designate particular national bodies that would monitor and take actions toward removing it online. Also, we urge local authorities to put measures in place to prevent and respond quickly to the development of tensions between communities, especially in regions where there is a high probability that this will lead to a targeted violence. Also, we would like to urge to take steps towards limiting the Facebook, Instagram, and Telegram social media platforms, as well as fostering human rights based narratives in local media outlets domestically. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Zimenko. Je vous invite aussi bien sûr à envoyer vos recommandations à Fernande Varenne. Et surtout pour les prochains participants, n'oubliez pas de parler lentement pour les interprètes, s'il vous plaît, et de vous présenter lorsqu'on vous donne la parole. Je donne la parole à Madame Olena Bogdan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear distinguished colleagues, in my intervention during session 3, I aspired to focus on general principles of policy evaluation and thus adequate policy development steps. This time, I will focus on my call on strengthening international attention and international monitoring mechanisms regarding certain grievous violations of minority rights that are taking place today. Ukraine supports and encourages international monitoring of the situation in Crimea, Ukrainian territory which is currently occupied by the Russian Federation. The Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, its chief representative body, is still banned by the occupation administration. The Crimean Tatars, ethnic Ukrainians, and other ethnic groups have been prosecuted for their pro-Ukrainian position. The occupation administration has established a policy of favoring loyal organizations of national minorities and banning those that express resentment towards the occupation. The Ukrainian citizens in the temporarily occupied territory of Crimea are deprived of their rights to obtain education in their mother tongue. During the occupation years, the number of pupils studying in Ukrainian decreased from over 13,000 to about 250. We are also deeply disturbed by the situation with the Ukrainian national minority rights in the Russian Federation and invite close international attention to the situation. Despite several million Ukrainians residing in the Russian Federation, there are no Ukrainian schools, not a single school, no Ukrainian classes, no Ukrainian media outlets. Moreover, the Ukrainian language and literature are not represented in school curricula. The World Congress of Ukrainians remains essentially banned in the Russian Federation. The official census data showed drastic fall in the number of Ukrainians in the Russian Federation, and this is not because of natural demographic processes, but as a result of Russia's ongoing assimilation policies, which include no schools, no classes, no media outlets. Finally, but not least, we also support and recommend close international monitoring of the situation in the eastern territories of Ukraine, which are currently not under control of Ukrainian government as a result of Russian aggression. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Bogdan. Merci infiniment pour votre intervention. Je donne la parole à Monsieur Jeroen Zandelberg. À vous la parole, Monsieur Zandelberg.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish to briefly highlight the current human rights situation of the Cham Albanian people as a result of the historical loss of citizenship and confiscation of their properties. The Cham are an indigenous people with the Cham Albanian language and culture who lived for many centuries in the historical region they call Chameria, which is now northwestern Greece. In 1944, during World War II, almost the entire Cham population fled across the border to Albania to escape the war. Among those refugees were persons who the Greeks considered collaborators and war criminals. These persons were sentenced in absentia and their Greek citizenship was removed. 3 years later, in 1947, under a special law, the entire Cham population, men, women, and children who fled to Albania were stripped of their Greek citizenship. The Cham Albanian people lived as refugees in Albania and were forcefully given Albanian citizenship in 1953. The Cham Albanian people lost their Greek citizenship in 1947, but they also lost their houses and properties. After the Cham Albanian population had fled across the border to Albania, the Greek state seized their houses and properties. In 1953, Greece adopted a law that formalized the seizure of Cham properties by declaring all rural immovable properties abandoned if their original owner had left Greece without permission or passport. Furthermore, in 1959, Greece adopted another law which formally nationalized the houses of the Cham Albanian people. Due to these laws, the Cham lost legal ownership of the properties they had to leave behind during the war and had left them as impoverished refugees in Albania. The Cham Albanian people still mostly reside in Albania and have Albanian passports which grant them visa-free travel to the European Union. However, the Cham Albanian people who hold valid Albanian passports and were born in Chameria are denied entry into Greece. This is due to a 2014 law that Albania implemented under pressure from Greece, which states that in the passport, the country code should be placed after the city of birth. To the Greek authorities, this means that all those born in Chameria need to have the letters GRC behind the place of birth in their passport, so as to acknowledge the Greek dominance over the region, and that it is and has always been part of Greece. Albanian passports prior to September 2014 do not fulfill the Greek criteria but are still valid travel documents. However, it provides the Greek border authorities with an excuse to deny the Cham Albanians entry into Greece and is used as a means of intimidation to keep the Cham issue out of public discourse. As a conclusion, I wish the United Nations to take note of the following recommendations. For the Greek government to return Greek citizenship to those Cham Albanians who were unjustly stripped of their citizenship, to return the confiscated houses and properties to their rightful owners. Third, to allow Cham Albanians with valid Albanian passport, to allow Cham Albanians with valid Albanian passports to cross the Albanian-Greek border. Thank you very much.
Merci. Merci, on a noté vos recommandations. Je donne la parole à Viktor Ivankevich.
Добрый день. Украина как государство через Конституцию и законы гарантирует всем народам, национальным группам равные политические, экономические, социальные и культурные права. В этом году по инициативе Комитета Верховной Рады Украины по правам человека народными депутатами Украины наработан проект новой редакции закона о национальных меньшинствах в Украине с нынешним названием о национальных сообществах Украины. Проект закона определил право каждого человека свободно и самостоятельно решать вопрос о своей принадлежности к национальной общности или нескольких национальных сообществ. Важным достижением в защите прав коренных народов является принятие Верховной Рады закона о коренных народах Украины, которым определены права коренных народов Украины, крымских татар, караимов и крымчаков. Хочу отметить, что оккупация Автономной Республики Крым и война на востоке Украины никоим образом не является следствием притеснения русскоязычных граждан или иных проявлений межэтнической вражды. Напротив, именно после этого начались массовые нарушения прав и свобод украинцев и крымских татар. Преследуется свобода слова, мышления и религии. По информации, которая поступает к уполномоченному от жителей республики, обучение на крымско-татарском языке разрешается только до 9 класса. Однако администрациями учебных заведений по разным предлогам создаются препятствия для реализации права на образование на родном языке, не обеспечиваются аудитории для проведения обучения, не формируется преподавательский состав, в заведениях нет учебников. Такие действия привели к тому, что на крымско-татарском языке обучается всего 3% от общего количества школьников. К началу временной оккупации на Крымском полуострове действовало 49 украинских православных религийных организаций, но из-за репрессий их осталось всего 6. Преследования испытывают также граждане Украины за принадлежность международным организациям Хизб-ут-Тахрир и Свидетели Иеговы, объявленные террористической и экстремистской организацией. Ситуация, которая сложилась, требует введения международного мониторинга соблюдения прав человека на оккупированных территориях и доступа к этим территориям национальных и международных правозащитных учреждений. Спасибо за внимание.
Merci, M. Ivankevich. Je donne la parole à M. Kegan Zakarian, représentant de l'Arménie.
Thank you, dear moderator. I have to address the highly manipulative and fictitious statement made by the representative of Azerbaijan during the previous session, containing baseless allegations against my country. During the last 30 years, Azerbaijan, guided by deep-rooted hatred and xenophobia against all Armenians of the world, has systematically pursued anti-Armenian policies, both inside the country and outside, as an integral part of its foreign policy. And the reference by the Azerbaijani representative both today and yesterday to two panelists come to prove again that racial discrimination against people of Armenian origin is a state-led policy in Azerbaijan. The brutal suppression by Azerbaijan of the basic human rights of the people of the Republic of Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh, including their inherent right to self-determination and the right to live free of any oppression on their ancestral lands, is the root cause of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. These brutal acts by Azerbaijan included ethnic cleansing of Armenians from all cities of Azerbaijan where they were compactly living, including from the capital Baku, the cities of Sumgait, Kirovabad, and others. Up until now, the real planners and perpetrators of this crime remain unpunished. Those unhindered atrocities, guided by deep-rooted Armenophobia, have resulted in two brutal wars, the recent one at the end of 2020, unleashed by Azerbaijan with the help of Turkey and foreign terrorist fighters against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh. Those wars were accompanied by grave violations of international humanitarian law, with many war crimes directed against the civilian population. Armenia will consistently defend the realization of the right of the people of Artsakh to self-determination, to free and dignified life in their homeland, as a basis for a just and lasting settlement of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict and for the establishment of sustainable peace in the region. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole à M. Ousmanov. Je pense malheureusement qu'il s'agira de la dernière intervention car nous n'avons plus le temps, mais je vous invite à envoyer à M. Fernand de Varenne, spécial rapporteur des minorités, toutes vos recommandations et tous les éléments que vous voulez nous faire connaître. Merci.
Спасибо, госпожа модератор. Я Ансар Усманов, представляю общественное объединение мессетинских турок «Ватан» из Российской Федерации. Также я бывший стажер управления Верховного комиссара ООН по правам человека 2018 года. Хочу обратить внимание на положение представителей общины мессетинских турок в Грузии, которых, кстати говоря, в Грузии именуют по-другому мессетинские мусульмане или грузины-мусульмане. Я напомню, что мессетинские турки – это коренной народ южных регионов Грузии, который был подвергнут насильственной депортации в Республике Средней Азии еще во время Второй мировой войны сталинским режимом Советского Союза. Так вот, положение представителей общины мессетинских турок в Грузии, которым удалось перебраться в Грузию по большей части своими силами, оказалось в центре внимания СМИ в начале августа прошлого года, когда неизвестными было совершено нападение на дом семьи Мардалиевых в городе Ахалцихи, которое сопровождалось выкриками националистического характера. При этом тревожит отсутствие должного внимания к преступлению, совершенному на национальной почве, со стороны грузинских властей в соответствии с действующим законодательством. По свидетельству адвокатов правозащитной организации Human Rights Center Тбилиси, до сих пор жертвы преступления не признаны потерпевшими, следствие затягивается, виновные не задержаны. Еще ранее удалось предотвратить столкновение молодежи на национальной почве, объектом которого должна была стать группа студентов Ахалцихского университета из Азербайджана, которые принадлежат, опять-таки, общине мессетинских турок. Все это свидетельствует о непоследовательности политики властей Грузии относительно вопроса возвращения депортированного населения. Самая главная причина в том, что Тбилиси так и не выполнил принятые международные обязательства при вступлении в Совет Европы еще в 1998 году в области репатриации депортированного с ее территории населения. В этой связи я перехожу к рекомендациям. Наши рекомендации следующие. Мы считаем, что...
Très rapidement, on a une dernière intervention à prendre.
Окей, 10 seconds. Мы считаем, что для положительного решения данной проблемы необходимо возобновить действие закона Грузии о репатриации, который работал только 2 года, с внесением в него кардинальных изменений по принципу обеспечения бессрочного, безусловного характера. Второе – упрощение процедуры получения гражданства с определением разумных и реальных процедур. И третье – обеспечение доступа к процессу репатриации гражданского общества, в том числе общественных организаций мессетинских турок. Большое спасибо, на этом я заканчиваю.
Merci beaucoup. Je donne la parole à la dernière intervenante, Juliana Abramova.
Thank you very much. I would like to make my intervention in the section 3, but I still think it is relevant and will go under this section. So my name is Juliana Abramova. I'm ORCHR thematic coordinator from Moldova, and I would like to share the positive experience of empowerment of Roma communities in the Transnistria region run by ORCHR Moldova. Based on need assessment conducting among Roma and Roma leaders, ORCHR developed a roadmap and an action plan for establishing the first ever Roma community mediators institution on the left bank of Dniester River, which is Transnistria region, and which is similar to the existed on the right bank of Dniester River. And all these initiatives were resulted in selection of 7 Roma community mediators who started their work in 6 different localities. And we think that following this positive example, which has a strong perspective for inaugurating good practices that can be replicating in other conflict regions. And in this regard, I would like to provide several recommendations.
First, to integrate in the National Human Rights Plan and Program on Roma a separate objective on further support and institutionalization of Roma Mediators Network on the left bank of Dniester River. Second, to include in the agenda of confidence building process and working group facilitated by OSCE, a minority rights perspective from the Transnistria region. In particular, the rights of Roma, which should include the need assessment of the situation, identify common challenges, and transfer exchange of a good experience between both banks. Third, to consider targeting ethno-linguistic and religious minorities residing on the left bank of Dniester River in the national policies and action plan of minorities. One of the ways to achieve this and to target this group is building collaboration and partnership with minority right defenders and CSOs who represent different minority groups and contribute to the establishing of a commission who will comprise of different minorities and could serve as a bridge with local de facto authorities and promote their rights. And the third last recommendation relates to more general recommendation to Moldova, considering the diversity of the country, to conduct mapping of early conflict risks based on this to develop conflict mitigation measures through the wide consultations with minorities and to ensure effective national institutional mechanisms are in place to respond to multilinguistic, ethnic, and religious needs of minorities. Thank you. Over from my side.
Merci Madame Abramova pour votre intervention. C'est la dernière. Nous allons donc conclure cette session à présent. Nous avons noté les recommandations et je vous invite encore à les envoyer à Fernande Varenne et Tom Lantos Institute si vous souhaitez les compléter, les étayer. Cet après-midi aura lieu donc la dernière session de ce forum régional des minorités qui va justement présenter les recommandations qui ont été recueillies. Et je vous invite évidemment à rejoindre l'événement et y participer à partir de 14h30 jusqu'à 16h. Par ailleurs, il y a également un side event qui est organisé par le OHCR en ce moment, là juste pendant la pause déjeuner. Les détails vous ont été envoyés dans la discussion, notamment le lien Zoom pour accéder aussi à cet événement que je vous invite à aller voir. Et je vous remercie encore une fois. J'aimerais remercier aussi M. Fernand Varenne de Tom Lantos Institute pour l'organisation de cet événement, puisque pour nous, en tant que membres des minorités, c'est vraiment important de faire entendre nos voix et nos recommandations. Merci infiniment.
So let me just. Can you hear me okay?
Hello, hello.
Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, who will join us in a second, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final session of the third European Regional Forum on Minority Issues. In this session, the list of recommendations that have been proposed and collated over the last 2 days will be presented. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, will introduce the list of recommendations. Following this, Marcus Oda, Program Manager at the Tom Lantos Institute, will present the list of draft recommendations. The list of recommendations will be viewable for all participants through the Zoom share screen function. Participants that wish to comment on a specific recommendation should send their comments via the Zoom chat function, specifying the number of recommendations. There will not be an opportunity for further interventions to be made during this session. All submitted comments will be collated and submitted to the Special Rapporteur, who will consider these and finalize the recommendations following the regional forum. These will be then made publicly available on the organizer's website, the webpage of the UN Forum on Minority Issues, and on www.minorityforum.info, following the regional forum. It is my pleasure to give the floor now to Dr. Fernand de Varenne to introduce the recommendations. Fernand.
Merci beaucoup, Anna Maria. Excellencies, distinguished participants, experts, and minority and civil society spokespersons and representatives. Bienvenue tout le monde. Welcome back, everyone. The end is near. During much of yesterday and today, members of the Tom Lantos Institute and others connected with my mandate have been working in the background to assess, analyze, collate, and summarize a large number of suggestions, draft recommendations, which will be read out in the next hour. The sources of these recommendations are you, experts, moderators, participants, and those also who have sent written submissions of recommendations that were made prior to and even during the regional forum. All the recommendations submitted were collated by the organizers, and to reach the list of recommendations for this session, what was done was that duplicates would have been excluded or brought together, and the sum of the recommendations were then clustered, brought together in a thematic approach as much as possible. I, as a special rapporteur, will have the ultimate say over the final set of recommendations. And these recommendations will further be available at the website of my mandate at the United Nations and at the Tom Lantos Institute also. And this will feed into and be considered at this year's 14th United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. As you should know, it will be held in Geneva on 2nd and 3rd of December. Unfortunately, mainly online because of the situation we still have with the pandemic. This is a process, and eventually a final report will refer to all of the regional recommendations, will be presented to the United Nations Human Rights Council as part of my annual report to the Council in March of 2022, therefore next year. And hopefully, in addition, I dearly hope that the recommendations will contribute, will assist in drafting a practical guide on peace through justice by protecting the human rights of minorities in order to help prevent violent conflicts. So at this point, without any further ado, and I do apologize for the slight delay, I will give the floor to Marcus Oda of the Tom Lantos Institute to introduce the guiding, who will introduce the recommendations and guide us in the next steps of the process. Marcus, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Fernand. I'm now going to share my screen. And hopefully the recommendations are now visible to everyone. So I'll begin reading them out, starting with the recommendations we received under the theme of norms, structures, and implementation of human rights, minority rights, and indigenous rights. To states. Number 1, states should recognize, including in constitutions, ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity, and incorporate respect for such diversity in law, policy, and in the practice of state institutions, in line with international standards enshrined in the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Number 2, when necessary, states should draft new laws to ensure protection for minority groups and persons belonging to minority groups, and amend or repeal discriminatory laws and structures that formalize ethnic, religious, and linguistic discrimination, prejudice, and persecution, inequality, or exclusion. In line with Article 27 ICCPR, a comprehensive approach should be employed, combining individual and community protections. Number 3, states should respect the self-identification of minorities in accordance with Article 3 of the FCNM, as well as Article 27 of the ICCPR and the UNDM. Number 4, states should not use international minimum standards on the human rights of minorities to eliminate or dilute the existing level of protection, for example, by reducing the scope of education in minority languages. Number 5, states should promote the implementation of Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. Number 6, states must end retaliation, including assassination, defamation, prosecution, or intimidation against human rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, and others working to promote and protect the human rights of minorities. The next recommendations are to the European Union. Number 7, based on its core founding values and building upon the internationally recognized best practices in a number of its member states, as well as its experience with the fulfillment of the accession criteria related to the respect for the rights of minorities prior and after accession, the European Union should develop a robust common protection framework on the rights of national and linguistic minorities with common principles and standards. The framework should be fully incorporated in its rule of law monitoring exercise and be accompanied by regular monitoring and the issuance of recommendations. This minority protection framework should be used as a basic reference tool in its foreign and security policy, including in the European External Action Service, as well as its accession and neighborhood policy, supporting its aim to solve and prevent conflicts, preserve peace, and develop and consolidate democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights in the world. Number 8, in all its relevant legislation, the European Union should take into account international minority rights, as well as legitimate inputs from national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, such as the Minority Safe Pack European Citizens Initiative. Number 9, the European Union should develop a robust policy of countering hate speech against minority groups, including at sports events and in the mass media, as well as regulations on the functioning of social media platforms. The next recommendations are to the Council of Europe. Number 10, the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe should invest more political effort in promoting and strengthening the Framework Convention on the Protection of National Minorities and the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages, especially by regularly referring to the two documents, by actively encouraging its member states to sign and ratify them, investigating the ways in which compliance with the two instruments could be increased, updating its reporting practices, and encouraging state parties to use them in domestic political processes, such as when designing policies or drafting legislation. Number 11, the Council of Europe should approve an additional protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights related to the rights of persons belonging to minorities, or through the reform of the SCNM and the ECRML, to open options for individual or collective complaints, or through adding additional protocols to these mechanisms. The next recommendations are to multiple stakeholders. Number 12, international and regional organizations, states, and civil society organizations should raise awareness among minorities about the available reporting mechanisms on the human rights of minorities of international and regional organizations, such as the Human Rights Committee, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the Committee on the Rights of the Child, or the Advisory Committee of the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, and build the capacity of minorities for engaging with these mechanisms. Number 13, international and regional organizations and states should establish effective mechanisms to engage in dialogue with recognized and unrecognized minorities, including minority women and youth, in line with the UN study, The Missing Piece, Independent Progress Study on Youth and Peace and Security. Number 14, international and regional organizations should ensure that members of minorities are included in relevant review and treaty bodies that monitor violations of the rights of minorities. Number 15, international and regional organizations should have earmarked funds available for civil society actors specializing in minority rights issues and for programs through which recommendations made by international expert bodies can be fulfilled on the ground.
Marcus, just let's take a little break for you to have a sip of water before you continue. Thank you.
Okay, I'll continue now with recommendations under the theme of equality, non-discrimination, and intersectionality. Number 16, states should establish national human rights institutions, equality bodies, or ombudsman offices that have autonomy and sufficient budgets to ensure the regular implementation and monitoring of equality legislation and minority rights. Such institutions should ensure the effective participation of minorities and indigenous peoples and their organizations, including at the grassroots level, in monitoring mechanisms and practices, and should function without discrimination against minority indigenous groups. Number 17, states should ensure and promote human rights-based policies, including special measures when necessary, and provide sufficient funding to ensure equal opportunities for minorities, including minority women and youth, in the political, civic, economic, social, and cultural spheres. Number 18, states should prohibit expressions and restrict their dissemination when they qualify as advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence in accordance with Article 20, subsection 2 of the ICCPR. When qualifying incitement and dissemination as a criminal offense, the following factors should be taken into account as detailed in the Rabat Plan of Action: the content and form of speech, the economic, social, and political climate, the position or status of the speaker, the reach of the speech, the objectives of the speech, and reasonable probability that the speech would succeed in inciting actual action against the group. The next recommendations fall under the theme of recognizing and accommodating ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity. Number 19, states should consider various forms of self-determination and self-governance, including arrangements for territorial and personal autonomy, in accordance with the Lund recommendations on the effective participation of national minorities in public life, on relevant policy issues for minorities at the national and local levels. Number 20, states should end measures which alter the proportions of the population in areas inhabited by persons belonging to national minorities, in accordance with Article 16 of the FCNM. Number 21, states should promote the cultural, religious, and linguistic heritage of minorities and indigenous peoples and protect them from identity-based discrimination, hostility, violence, and attempts at assimilation. Number 22, states should encourage and promote interreligious dialogue, including dialogue among religious leaders, to make the majority religious group understand the plight of the minority and advocate the rights of the minority together. Number 23, local self-government bodies, if there is sufficient need, should decide on the use of topographic signs and geographical names in the language of national minorities together with the state language in accordance with Article 11 of the FCNM. Number 24, states should provide specific mechanisms and sufficient material resources to ensure that public services are accessible in minority languages and for the translation and dissemination of existing legislative acts into minority languages in accordance with Article 10 of the FCNM.
Marcus, if you wish to take another little break, and in the meantime, remind participants to put their comments in the chat function, quoting the number, referencing the number of the recommendation. There won't be any other opportunities to make your comments. Thank you very much.
The next recommendations come under the theme of ensuring effective participation in public, political, economic, social, and cultural life. Number 25, states should ensure the effective participation of minorities, including minority women and youth, and their representatives and international experts from the UN and Council of Europe in the development, implementation, and monitoring of laws and policies affecting them, including special measures. Historic discrimination, marginalization, and socioeconomic inequality experienced by minorities and indigenous peoples, including minority and indigenous women and youth, need to be addressed by these laws and policies. Number 26, states should create and institutionalize consultative bodies on minority issues at the national and local levels, linked to national and local legislatures and executives, and consisting exclusively of minority representatives from all distinct minorities. The consultative body can take the form of a publicly accountable group of representatives or a deliberative citizens' council with the aim to achieve more inclusiveness in state institutions and give voice to non-represented or underrepresented minorities. Number 27, regional and local authorities should establish a post of a designated Roma advisor in regional and district state administrations to support the development of inclusive policies and service delivery to marginalized Roma communities. Number 28, to address the problem of underrepresentation and low participation in political and social life, and also to maintain a sense of equality and fairness, the authorities should develop a quota system, reserve seats in electoral bodies, or other measures taking into account the approximate percentage of minorities among the population of the country, to ensure participation of minorities in political and state structures. Number 29, states should make a demonstrable effort to include minorities in the police, military, and foreign service, especially in areas where they are concentrated. The next two recommendations fall under the theme of statelessness and displaced minority indigenous groups. States should cease the practice of withdrawal of citizenship, including from minorities, which renders them stateless and unable to exercise their citizenship and human rights, and return citizenship to minorities who were unjustly stripped of their citizenship. Number 31, representatives of minorities should be included in consultations and needs assessments on the protection of stateless and displaced persons and in work with these communities. The next recommendations are under the theme of education. Number 32, states should ensure equal access to and non-discrimination in education for minorities, including minority women and youth, including education in minority languages. Number 33, states should develop long-term comprehensive policies for combating negative stereotypes of and discrimination against minority individuals and groups, and promote intercultural understanding by, among other things, the teaching of the culture and history of minorities in the national curriculum. Majority students should be encouraged to learn about the culture and language of minority communities to develop better understanding of and empathy for minority situations. The content of existing curricula, including textbooks, should be evaluated on the basis of clear standards on intercultural education, including standardized content analysis. Number 34, states should ensure that educational curriculum and textbooks foster knowledge of minorities' history, culture, traditions, and positive contributions to society, in accordance with Article 4 of the UNDM, Article 12 of the FCNM, and the Hague Recommendations on Educational Rights of National Minorities. Textbooks should be reformed with particular attention to the adequate representation of national minorities and with the effective participation of minorities. Number 35, states should create structures and processes that ensure the involvement of representatives of minorities to actively participate in the development and implementation of policies and programs related to education for national minorities, including the preparation of curriculum and textbooks, and in seeking funding for education programs for minority students. Number 36, states should revise their constitutions in order to facilitate regional language immersion teaching as part of the national education framework. Number 37, states should establish special faculties to provide training for minority language teachers and ensure the necessary financial and technical support.
Marcus, let us take another small break here, and while you are having a little rest, we should remind participants that the abbreviations FCNM stands for the Framework Convention for National Minorities of the Council of Europe. The UNDM stands for the 1992 UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Linguistic, and Religious Minorities. These are the abbreviations which come up quite often. So UNDM, UN Declaration on Minorities, FCNM, Council of Europe, Framework Convention on National Minorities. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you. I'll now continue with recommendations relating to the media. Number 38, states should ensure that media, including social media, foster intergroup dialogue and understanding in ways that are suitable for their roles, functions, and capacities, in accordance with the OSCE High Commissioner for National Minority Tallinn Guidelines on National Minorities and the Media in the Digital Age. To this end, it is important that content produced by minorities is also disseminated by mainstream media. It is crucial that negative stereotyping in media and biased or prejudicial reporting are countered by educational, informational, and awareness-raising measures, including fostering knowledge of minorities' history, culture, and traditions by public service media and promoting digital literacy through education. Number 39, international organizations, states, and civil society organizations, with the help of experts from the United Nations and the Council of Europe, should conduct trainings and seminars for journalists on covering issues related to minorities and cultural diversity. Number 40, relevant bodies such as public defenders' offices, parliamentary committees, or media watchdog organizations should carry out annual monitoring in order to identify the use of discriminatory, hostile, and xenophobic statements on ethnic, religious, or linguistic grounds in print, electronic, and social media. The next recommendation falls under land and environment. Number 41, states should continue to investigate the distribution of land in areas where minorities live in large numbers. States should confiscate lands illegally seized or acquired from minorities and transfer ownership back to those minorities. The next two recommendations relate to data collection. Number 42, states should ensure the collection of data disaggregated by ethnicity and other relevant characteristics to enable legislators and policymakers to establish targeted public policies and programs for minorities. Number 43, states should systematically monitor minority participation in public institutions to ensure transparency and accountability in the implementation of minority rights. And the last category of recommendations is conflict prevention and resolution measures. The first ones are to states. Number 44, states should end the securitization of minority issues and should not violate the human rights of minorities, including the freedoms of assembly, association, and expression under the pretext of national security concerns such as anti-sedition, counterterrorism, or pandemic prevention measures. State actors and public officials should refrain from describing minorities as a potential threat to national security. Number 45, where relevant, the role of kin states should be regulated by international norms, such as the Bolzano-Bozen recommendations on national minorities in interstate relations. Number 46, states should provide formal and informal education, including a national curricula about human and minority rights, including how protection and promotion of these rights can prevent conflict situations. Number 47, states should develop reconciliation and remembrance policies that address past intergroup violence and state oppression against minorities. These public policies should be formulated with the participation of relevant minority groups. Number 48, states should ensure that conflict prevention and resolution measures involve the meaningful participation of affected minority groups and their representatives, including minority women. Number 49, in peace agreements where religion is a decisive factor, the state should ensure that the freedom of religion or belief is respected, including the human rights of religious minorities, which should be an essential part of conflict prevention, resolution, transformation, and reconciliation in accordance with Article 18 of the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the UN Declaration on Religious Discrimination. Whenever religious minorities are included, their self-identification should be considered along several other criteria, including the numerical, power, and identity criteria, the measure of distinctness of their culture, religious, and/or linguistic character compared with that of the majority. Number 50, states should ensure that reparations for persons belonging to minorities be part of conflict resolution processes, including to families of those killed in conflicts, for stolen livestock, stolen or burnt vehicles, and for material damage done to businesses, houses, or other property. Number 51, state judiciaries should refrain from imposing disproportionate sentences on persons belonging to minorities during conflicts. Number 52, states should provide unhindered access to international organizations to visit minority communities in the context of conflict situations. And the final recommendations are to international and regional organizations. Number 53, the European Parliament, European Commission, Council of Europe, and the OSCE should establish a binding legal framework that develops clear principles, norms, and processes for the resolution of territorial sovereignty conflicts, which include the right of national minorities to decide their political status, including access to state sovereignty, the resolution of territorial conflicts of sovereignty, and no criminal prosecutions for sovereignty demands. Number 54, building on the achievements and experience of the Council of Europe in the area of the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities and the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages, the European Union should initiate and engage in a mutually reinforcing cooperation with the Council of Europe in the area of protecting the rights of national and linguistic minorities in the interest of conflict prevention and the promotion of the respect of the rights of minorities. Number 55, the European Union should establish mechanisms focused on minorities, such as a special envoy on minorities, for early warning and conflict prevention in its member states. Number 56, international organizations should provide technical assistance to minority communities in conflict situations and share good practices used by minorities in other countries or regions.
Thank you very much, Marcus, for this extensive range of recommendations, which we hope, and it seems that includes all your recommendations. And I am sure that sometimes you will recognize the language you submitted, since we really tried to maintain some of the very rich, detailed, and important language that was provided in these recommendations. While there is a specific part on conflict resolution recommendations, you should have seen that the recommendations cover the broadest range of minority rights along the 4 pillars, reminding us, which I'm sure the special rapporteur will cover, that minority rights are indeed rooted in peace treaties and as they have been universalized with the purpose of stabilizing the international order and interstate relations. With this, after this comprehensive list of recommendations have been read to you, I now pass the floor to the special rapporteur to have his comments and indeed conclude the regional forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ana Maria. Once again, Excellencies, distinguished experts, and civil society and minority representatives, Mesdames et Messieurs. I won't summarize the extremely constructive and instructive insights and suggestions, but I should still make 2 general observations emanating from the forum's thematic sessions. First, let's be honest and admit there is in Europe a clear regression in terms of the recognition of the human rights of minorities, and increasing denial, even that certain groups can claim even to be minorities, and a restrictive interpretation of existing but weak mechanisms in Europe that allows policies limiting or even eliminating education in minority languages and other important dimensions of a minority's identity. Secondly, well, there can be no peace without justice. And without a recognition of this, we cannot go forward. It's clear that the exclusion of minorities, the weakening or even denial of their human rights, or even of their existence or maintenance of their identity, needs to be addressed directly. And right now, it is not. Minorities are often even aggressively being vilified, attacked in social media, and presented as disloyal or a threat to national unity, sometimes by populist nationalist politicians. So, in other words, there is an increasing number of breaches of minority rights, with corresponding increasing frustration, anger, and even tensions, because there does not seem to be effective mechanisms to deal with these breaches of the rights of minorities. So there are severe breaches involved here, severe conditions with increasingly hate speech targeting minorities, fueled by social media platforms, encouraging also, and we've heard this a number of times, encouraging a growth in anti-minority rhetoric. There's a vicious cycle of ignorance, contributing to fear, contributing to hate, and eventually leading to violence, which needs to be broken. And right now, we're seeing a worrying drift towards trends of diminishing any even reference to the rights of minorities, denying that any mistreatment is occurring, and even presenting minorities as aberrations or deviations from the majority. And therefore, we seem to sense a growing intolerant nationalism that restricts the implementation of the rights and respect for the identities of minorities. So amongst the ideas that have come up, and I think some of the recommendations touches on this, the time has come to regulate social media and make them accountable and liable for the real world harm caused by hate on their platforms, instead of reaping huge profits from it, as is currently the case. There are also, on a more positive note, initiatives which have been mentioned, such as the Rabat Plan of Action, which does refer to minorities and how this cycle of ignorance, fear, hate, and violence can be broken. But it's only one of the very few United Nations initiatives which explicitly integrates and refers to directly the rights of minorities in its purview. As been mentioned on numerous occasions, but let me to perhaps simplify and make the ultimate warning here. Not only has there been a significant increase in violent internal conflicts around the world, most of which involve minorities, but the risks also of more violence and more conflicts is increasing, not going down. And as has been said earlier, if a government increasingly leaves people behind and people become increasingly fearful and frustrated and excluded, there will be no peace because there is no justice. Many of you have pointed out then that unless European and global institutions address minority grievances over exclusion and discrimination and denial of their rights, theoretical human rights will not be the building blocks needed for peace. And right now, and this is perhaps particularly true at the European Union and even the United Nations, conflict prevention mechanisms tend to deny or do not seem to recognize or address these trends. There were plenty of disturbing evidence presented, the elimination of minority language education in many countries in Europe, the rejection of the Minority Safe Pact in the European Union, and so on. Your recommendations will serve two extremely important purposes. First, to raise visibility and awareness of where we are failing in the real world, and hopefully pointing to the way forward to encourage greater reflection, dialogue, and inclusiveness in order to help prevent conflicts. As was pointed out, education for all must be inclusive. And that means not only promoting respect for minorities, but also of engaging the majority in a constructive, inclusive way to ensure respect and understanding of the human rights of all in what has been described as a two-way street. Secondly, to fill the gaps that exist in extremely weak enforcement mechanisms when it comes to the recognition or implementation of the rights of minorities, and also to assist in terms of the approaches and guidance that is still very much needed for international, regional, and national institutions. We have to have ways of focusing more on the main causes of conflicts in Europe. And because we are failing, we're failing because there is still, with many of these institutions, a failure to identify and address minority grievances, real or perceived, with resulting tensions, instability, and eventually sparks, which can ignite violent conflicts. A phenomenon which, again, is increasing, not decreasing. To be blunt, we are allowing ticking time bombs if grievances, exclusion, the denial of the identities of minorities, and discrimination are allowed to continue unaddressed. We need clearer standards and stronger approaches that accepts and embraces diversity as a necessary positive contribution, positive value in inclusive societies. There are, in fact, plenty of good practices and examples that perhaps should have been highlighted more. We did not have time to do so. I'm thinking, for example, of the model which has been put in place in Bolzano, Bozen in northern Italy, the arrangements in the Åland Islands of Finland, the recognition and implementation of 4 official languages in Switzerland, and the protection of the rights of the Gagauz and other minorities in Moldova, and so on. But I don't wish to re-examine all of these invaluable insights and issues. The experts on the panels have already done that much more eloquently than I could. But let me kind of summarize and go to the next level by saying that to work for human rights, and particularly to work for the protection of the human rights of minorities, it needs to involve internal optimism, which is not always easy, particularly in this period. Violence should never be an option in order to protect the rights of minorities. So this is one of the reasons we must continue efforts to achieve peace through justice for all and address directly the main root causes of most conflicts, which are grievances around exclusion and discrimination, even in what I think most of us will admit is a rather dark period. But as history shows us, great changes and improvements can be learned from the darkest moments, as happened after the Second World War. And that is, in a sense, one of the reasons also for the acceptance of human rights by the international community, in order to create a system where instead of violence, people could be protected through human rights mechanisms, what is described in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as being essential if man is not to be compelled to have recourse to rebellion against tyranny and oppression. So, and therefore that human rights should be protected by the rule of law. So we need to rediscover this inspiration and commitment of justice for all and no one left behind, and the protection of the rights of minorities. Historically, in the interwar period, the peace treaties actually considered that this was a fundamental pillar to the effective prevention of ethnic conflicts, that the rights of minorities should be protected in order to avoid having situations where, in order to try to get rid of tyranny and oppression, individuals would have recourse to rebellion. Next, so that is what the extremely impressive recommendations that you have made, suggestions of the expert panelists, and the insights that many of you have already provided, that all of these will help us to strive for and perhaps achieve in some way a world where we can actually protect much more effectively in the real world, concretely, the human rights of minorities. That is absolutely needed if we wish to actually achieve justice for all and peace. Having said that, now for the closing of this successful, insightful regional forum. First, Mesdames et Messieurs, congratulations and thank you. I start with congratulations because these have been 2 days of fruitful and thoughtful discussions on difficult and complex issues, of sharing of expertise and insights, and of course, drafting recommendations. They've been noted, they've been presented, and we'll continue working on them in light of your comments and last suggestions. Let me say that in many ways, you've exceeded our hopes and expectations, because I think this regional forum has been one of the most well-organized and functioning, despite a few technical challenges, but not many. The caliber of the contributions of the expert panelists and the high level of engagement have been very noticeable and appreciated, as well as the presence of a high number of state representatives. In fact, I think perhaps the highest that we've had yet in any regional forum. We also had a very high or very solid number of participants, so that in total we had close to, I think, 200 participants, experts, and others. So to all of you for helping making this possible and moving forward so smoothly by respecting the requested measures to keep this working efficiently, sometimes more quickly. Thank you and bravo. Finally, I think what is striking is that we have been able to deal with extremely frustrating issues, but in an open and constructive way. And there was a continuing dialogue in order to do that. So these are some of the central messages which I retain, and this is something that we also will keep in mind. The organization of this regional forum for Europe and Central Asia would not have been possible without the dedication, enthusiasm, and even sacrifice, and the lack of sleep of many people who have made this forum a reality. So let me continue, therefore, with an expression of gratitude and thanks. First, many regional partners and organizations supported and contributed to the smooth operations and success of this event. Our thanks and gratitude in particular to the four countries, the four states, which generously accepted to co-host this virtual regional forum: the governments of the Republic of Austria, the Principality of Liechtenstein, the Republic of Slovenia, and the Swiss Confederation, as well as our partner organizations such as Conciliation Resources, the European Center for Minority Issues in Flensburg, the European Academy in Bolzano, Bozen, the Federalist Union of European Nationalities, Minority Rights Group, and the Unrepresented Peoples and Nations Organization. We must not neglect to mention the invaluable assistance, contributions, and presence of the UN Minority Fellows, past and present, and who I hope, be continuing in the future in supporting and participating and being present in our forums, and especially with next year's anniversary events. I must also express my gratitude to the indispensable advice of the consultation group on regional forums for the preparation of the 4 events that we had around the world this year. Merci beaucoup. Dankeschön. My thanks also to all the national representatives and state officials, and especially the people from various minority organizations, particularly those who have given voice and space for their communities, who may not often be seen or heard at the international level. Your presence and your contributions have also been greatly appreciated. To the 5 moderators of the panels of this regional forum, Mo Bleeker, Neil Clark, Elizabeth Sandor-Sele, Velo Petai, and Anina Chuchu. Well, congratulations. Congratulations for a job well done with guiding your panels with great tact, sensitivity, and efficiency. Our gratitude and thanks also to the interpreters, whose task is often very difficult and demanding, but who we perhaps don't always acknowledge sufficiently for their talent and expertise in conditions which are not always perfect, let's admit it. We were blessed with interpretation not only in English, French, and Russian, but also in sign language, which is a minority language, as well as Romani, perhaps for the first time in UN history. It's our hope that we'll be able to have at every regional forum at least one minority or regional language to try to put into action our commitments of forums which are more accessible to minorities and better reflect their realities and contexts. To all the panelists who, in addition to sharing their experience and expertise, have also enriched the content of the recommendations emanating from this forum by sharing with us their wisdom and insights. Many thanks again, because you have made suggestions that reflect your region, which it might not have been otherwise possible to identify and to understand and appreciate and express properly. It's also possible that some of you will be contacted again and invited to contribute further next year, or perhaps even this year. Because as I indicated yesterday, these regional forums are part of a long process of consultations and efforts leading first to the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues in Geneva this 2nd and 3rd of December. But also the forums will be, the recommendations will possibly help in preparing more comprehensive, accurate, and representative guidelines on the importance of fully understanding and respecting the human rights of minorities in order to effectively work towards preventing future violent conflicts around the world. And there's also one other important point before I close. Next year is the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities. We will be holding, therefore, next year, hopefully in person in Vienna, probably in April or May, another regional forum for Europe and Central Asia, where we will tackle more directly and comprehensively how to improve the protection of minorities and their human rights, and perhaps what should and could be done in the future to strengthen more the regional architecture of human rights in Europe and Central Asia. And also, we will, of course, have regional forums in other parts of the world to actually have a truly global approach to strengthening, trying to improve, and to make the mechanisms for the protection of the rights of minorities more effective with the real world. To the members of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Geneva, especially Marina, and to the staff members at the Tom Lantos Institute, in particular, Evelyn, Marcus, Nikki, Daniel, and Sean, for all of their continual work and dedication since 2019, I think. My hat and gratitude to you, since without you, there would be no regional forum. And it is especially to you, Ana Maria Biro, the director of the Tom Lantos Institute, who volunteered bravely a few years ago, and perhaps even naively, to support my mandate in this very brave adventure, this regional approach to minority issues. It's your vision and leadership which has led to 3 years of increasingly successful and recognized regional forums. We've succeeded beyond our wildest dreams. So rest well for the next few days before we head out and continue with the recommendations, the UN Forum, and especially next year's perhaps more demanding in-person regional forums in all 4 regions of the world. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, dames et господа, please allow me to thank all of you who have been part of this process. Participants, panelists, experts, of state officials and representatives who are at the very heart of all the regional forums, and with whom we will be able to continue working towards the common shared goal of better understanding, respecting, and implementing the human rights of minorities, especially in order to prevent violent conflicts, by assuring that minorities are not excluded, are not discriminated, and that we can achieve peace through justice, which means to fully comply with their fundamental human rights as minorities. Danke schön. Thank you. Spasiba bolshoi et merci. So until we meet again, in order to continue the unfinished business of respect, dignity, and equality for all, which are the core principles behind the global human rights architecture and mechanisms, an incomplete or insufficient story, but there is still time to actually improve on that. And as we say in French, ce n'est qu'un début, continuons le combat. This is only the beginning, not the end. Goodbye, stay safe, and stay healthy. I now declare this regional forum on the prevention of conflict and the protection of the rights of minorities closed. Until next time. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye to all. Thank you,
Goodbye,
Ana
and
Maria.
thank you very